Hello, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. I am Nanatufo Boateng. Thank you for taking time out to join us this morning, and welcome to a show that promises you a lot of information. Of course, it will be entertaining and there will be so much more to chew on. But please do remember that the show is interactive, and so we'd like for you to join us with your thoughts, your comments, and contributions. Let us know your own perspectives of the various issues that we'll be discussing on the show today. Join us via our WhatsApp number, which is on your screens. And of course, you can join us on our socials. We're streaming live on Facebook as well as on YouTube. We're very interactive and engaging on X and Instagram. And you can enjoy some exclusive video content from Channel One Television on TikTok. A very good morning to you once again. It's Monday. We are geared up. We are poised, and I'm sure and I want to believe that your energy levels are up for a bright start to a new week. And of course, the best way to start your day is right here with us on Breakfast Daily, live on Channel One Television. An interesting weekend of politics. A parliamentary primary in Ayawasu East for the National Democratic Congress, NDC. Until recently, Ghana's envoy, or if like High Commissioner to Nigeria, Alhaji Baba Jamal, won in that contest. However, a number of things have happened after that particular contest. Allegations of inducement and vote buying. Serious ones. Serious allegations of vote buying and alleged inducements. And once again, this brings to the fore the national conversation on the integrity of our democratic process. It was a local party matter, Ayawasu East, a primary leading to, if you like, a by-election, to elect a candidate for a by-election on March 7 in the Ayawasu East constituency. However, it was fraught with allegations of voter inducement and vote buying, even to the extent that Kusiani Meku, hey! So television sets are flying. I even saw Abonike. Kusiani Meku is flying somewhere, motorbikes flying somewhere, money exchanging hands. And it is serious. It says a lot about the integrity of our democracy as a people. But more importantly for me is the response by the leadership of the National Democratic Congress, NDC. Now, the party has condemned the practice and in a swift denunciation underscored an important principle that political victory must never come at the cost of ethical compromise. Political victory must never come at the cost of ethical compromise. And it's important that we take note of it. And announcing a full-scale investigation and promising sanctions against anyone found culpable is, for me, quite significant. Also of important notice is the recall of Baba Jamal by the president as ambassador to Nigeria. You see, he held an official office as an ambassador to Nigeria, took days off or took leave days, came to contest a parliamentary primary, and holding such an office. Remember that early in his administration, the president launched a code of conduct for his public appointees or public officers. And so if such allegations are made against a person who still holds office, it's important that the president takes action and reflection of what he launched in that code of conduct. So that is also quite significant. However, the broader picture, or the big one, is the conversation about the integrity of our democracy and going forward, what we seek to do as a people. You see, we do not have any strict rules governing party financing. And it is one of the reasons why a lot of the things that we see happening during elections do happen. Okay, it's important that we uphold our ethics, our integrity during elections as much as we do in our daily lives. Ghana's democracy has earned praise across the world and should not be tainted or stained with such practices as vote buying or voter inducement. And if parties demonstrate that rules matter and misconduct has consequences, they will strengthen public trust. It's important that we show, just as the NDC has done, that misconduct has consequences and that there are rules governing every single activity, every endeavor that we back on. It's important that we weed out some of these things, such as vote buying, voter inducements, and the likes from our body politic. It is really also in the line of public accountability, which must be enforced, of course, on all politicians from grassroots to the top. We must establish a publicly accessible asset declaration system for all politicians and senior public officials, but not leave it at that. There should be regular audits of same. Independent bodies and individuals who fight against bribery and corruption must be protected and rewarded. And on that same score, it's important to note that the Office of the Special Prosecutor has expressed interest in this matter, and so investigations will be conducted on same. So we look forward. The NDC has set up a committee to investigate these allegations of bribery and alleged vote buying, and we look forward to it. But when we get into the papers, you see how the various newspapers have captured this particular issue. Quite some interesting headlines this morning regarding the same. So yeah, we await the outcome of that investigation by the National Democratic Congress. We've heard the majority in Parliament, that's the NDC majority in Parliament, also, if you like, call for a rerun or a cancellation of that primary due to how widespread the allegations of vote buying are. So kudos to the party for taking action on this matter. We await the outcome of the investigations. But while we are waiting, let's remind you that we are still in the month of love. And so there's Love in the City on Branch in the City on 97.3 City FM. Love in the City on Branch in the City on 97.3 City FM. It's from the 2nd to the 13th of February 2026, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. each day. And the question is your boo your boo? So we're running the hashtag, is your boo your boo? And so Love will be calling, will your boo answer? That's the big question for this month of love. From the 2nd to the 13th, Love will be calling. Will your boo answer? So join us on 97.3 City FM, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. each day, 2nd to 13th of February. Please don't forget the hashtag is your boo your boo. Also the hashtag Branch in the City. Love in the City is brought to you by 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Africa World Airlines, AWA, Africa World Airlines, and 4 Points by Sheraton. 4 Points by Sheraton. So I want to say thank you to Africa World Airlines and thank you to 4 Points by Sheraton as well. We're grateful to you. Now, while you're enjoying Love in the City, you should be enjoying some Ghana rice as well. And so we're pushing the Eat Ghana, Build Ghana campaign, and we're asking that you contribute to the local economy, contribute to the livelihood of a Ghanaian farmer by eating local rice, by eating made in Ghana rice. So eat fresh, eat Ghana, build the future, fresh from our farms to your plate. Eat fresh, eat Ghana, build the future, fresh from our farms to your plate. And that's part of the Eat Ghana, Build Ghana campaign. Let your meal make a difference. Choose Ghana first. Taste the effort. Taste Ghana. Let your meal make a difference. Choose Ghana first. Taste the effort. Taste Ghana. Also a part of the Eat Ghana, Build Ghana campaign. The initiative is brought to you by 97.3 City FM and Channel One TV in partnership with Agri Impact Limited, the MasterCard Foundation, and 24-hour economy and accelerated export development. Just so you know, and by way of information, Parliament has passed the 24-hour economy authority bill into law. So kudos to the Secretariat and all. Chairman Guzitano, good morning to you and kudos to you. But we're running the Eat Ghana, Build Ghana campaign, and we're asking that all of us join in this campaign to help grow the local economy, to help a Ghanaian farmer put their child to school, and of course to sustain the livelihood of a Ghanaian farmer. Awesome. So Eat Ghana, Build Ghana. Please don't forget, anytime you go to the shop, check the stands or the stalls, be on the lookout for some local rice. Eat Ghana, Build Ghana. All right. Now the Heritage Caravan is just about a month away. We're starting off from the 1st to the 8th of March, and we're traveling 14 regions in 8 days, and we are only able to do so due to the kind sponsorship of a few organizations. And this morning we want to appreciate these organizations. We want to say thank you to Piva Beverages. Thank you to Piva for sponsoring with their water and their beverages, their drinks, refreshing the caravan even as it travels through the length and breadth of this country. So thank you so much to Piva Beverages. Let's also say thank you to Omni Basic Bank. Omni Basic Bank has been with us a couple of years, and we appreciate Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Thank you so much for being part of the Heritage Caravan. Let's say thank you to Hollard Insurance. Hollard Insurance, 6 years and counting. Hollard Insurance has been part or has partnered the caravan for the past 6 years, and we are grateful to Hollard Insurance. Thank you so much for being part of the Heritage Caravan. GB Foods is back. This time they're back with Gino. I want to say thank you to GB Foods for sponsoring with their Gino and Gino products. Thank you so much to GB Foods. Also from GB Foods, we have the Didi Shito. Yep. Homemade taste, Didi Shito. So thank you so much to GB Foods for partnering or sponsoring the caravan with the Gino and Didi Shito. Now this year we have an official timekeeper, Caveman Watches. Caveman Watches making a debut. First time partnering the caravan, and we're grateful to Caveman Watches as well. Thank you so much to Caveman for partnering the caravan as our official timekeeper. We look forward to a wonderful experience with Caveman Watches on the Heritage Caravan. Nanesh Rice is also making a debut, first time sponsoring. Thank you so much to Nanesh Rice. We're grateful to you for being part of the Heritage Caravan 2026. Grateful always to you. Now we have Goyle. Goyle is back and they are sponsoring, and we're grateful to Goyle for returning as a sponsor for the caravan. Goyle has been with us over the years. I want to say thank you so much to Goyle. Mini Me Achumo and Add Me Granite Paste. Ooh, Mini Me Achumo. So while on the caravan, you see, sometimes the road trip is quite long, so we need something to be chewing on. And so Mini Me Achumo is available, and we'll be chewing on that. Thank you to Meeting Me. Add Me Granite Paste. Add Me Granite Paste is also on board. I want to say thank you to Add Me Granite Paste. We're grateful to you for coming on board to sponsor the Heritage Caravan 2026. Grateful to all these organizations, and we look forward to a wonderful experience on the Heritage Caravan 2026. It's the 10th edition, 10th anniversary, and it promises to be spectacular. We'll see you from the 1st to the 8th of March 2026. Now, while on the caravan, you need to stay updated. You need to stay abreast with the news. You need to know what's happening. And so we've made life easy for you. Just jump on the Google Play Store and download the Channel One News app. That's where you get all the information, all the relevant, factual, and accurate news, timely news as well. It's on the Channel One News online app on the Google Play Store. Download, install, and voila, you have access to the news. The interface is user-friendly. You shouldn't have any challenges at all. All right, thank you so much. Let's get into the newspapers this morning. Let's find out what the papers are saying this morning. I start off with the Daily Graphic newspaper, and as suspected, Baba Jamal Mohammed will feature. There's a picture of him, and the story says Ayawasu East NDC primary Baba Jamal hot. President recalls him from diplomatic duties. OSP and party probe vote buying allegations. Ayawasu East NDC primary. Baba Jamal hot. President recalls him from diplomatic duties. OSP and party probe vote buying allegations. Secure funding to purchase 300,000 tons of cocoa. Buyers Association to government. Cocoa Board assures of swift action. You have Ghana to host 40 Under 40 Africa Awards. And then there's GN Savings and Loans License Revocation Appeal hearing tomorrow. So that's the front page of the Daily Graphic. You get a few sports stories on the back page as well. So walk to a newsstand near you, grab a copy, and you can get the details. Let me take you to the Chronicle newspaper now. Chronicle says, Mahama sacks Baba Jamal. Mahama sacks Baba Jamal. And then you have unlocking Africa's economic growth. Single market is the answer. That's the CEO of Telecel, Mo Damush, speaking there. He was speaking at the Africa Prosperity Dialogues last week. This story says Ghana will double coconut production. That's according to Dr. Peter Buama Otokono. Then you have chieftaincy crisis. Alwin Yankaman sits on a time bomb. Chieftaincy crisis. Alwin Yankamem sits on a time bomb. A scripture for today is Acts chapter 19, the verse number 25. He called them together along with the workers in related trades and said, you know, my friends, that we receive a good income from this business. May the Lord add his blessings to the reading of his word. So that's the Chronicle newspaper. Let's go to the Daily Guide. Daily Guide. Vote buying rocks Ayawasu East NDC primary. Candidates share motorbikes, TVs, cash, butter, cloth, boiled eggs, ice chest. Can I be a delegate on both sides? Vote buying rocks Ayawasu East NDC primary. Candidates share motorbikes, TVs, cash, butter, cloth, boiled eggs, ice chest. Africa must embrace digital single market. That's the Telecel Group CEO speaking, Mo Damush. Security agencies defy orders. Jailed Kumasi shoe factory. Akumadan Afrancho fit for 24-hour economy market. Co-ownership will revive Valco. That's according to the Giadec CEO. And then you have Virtuous Ladies of Tampa Bay supports Kolebu Teaching Hospital. So that's the Daily Guide newspaper. Let's go to Larry Dogbe's The Herald. The Herald newspaper. $17 million gold transaction triggers a state security probe as Turkish firm files petition at CID against Ghana company. Then you have Mohammed's Dubai trip tied to Kevin Ochere's release in $94 million Petraco case. Questions pop up. Baumia camp divided over minority leader position. Anodom Pre, Opon Kroma, and Asenso Boachi emerge. Baba Jamal kills sympathy votes with TV sets and Kusiani Meku at Ayawasu East primaries. World Lottery Association praises NLA, explores 2028 summit in Ghana. World Lottery Association praises NLA, explores 2028 summit in Ghana. So that's the Herald. Let's now go to Elvis Dakon's The News Center. The News Center newspaper says, Valco rescue, not sale. Giadec reviews $113 million value, $450 million debt, strategic investor role. Valco rescue, not sale. And then you have new 20% VAT, sparks spare parts shop closure threats. New 20% VAT, sparks spare parts shop closure threats. Shaibu MML, MTN Ghana, Sweep Top Group Awards. Africa Single Market Agenda propagated at APD 2026, and concerns rise over criminalizing civil cases. So that's the News Center newspaper. Let's now go to the New Publisher. The New Publisher says, Kusiani Meko, Baba Jamal in trouble, defends sharing of color TVs to voters. Mahama sacks him as ambassador. OSP, NDC investigate him. Focus on Baumia's vision for Ghana, not needless gossips. That's Fenyo Markin, the minority leader, speaking. And there's a picture that says, okay, a young Alexander Henyomakin. NDC Majority Caucus calls for cancellation of Ayawasu East Primary. NDC Majority Caucus calls for cancellation of Ayawasu East Primary. So that's the new publisher. The new publisher. Let's see. Let's go for the Ghanaian publisher. So from the new publisher, we go to the Ghanaian publisher. Delegates swap vote for boiled eggs, cash, TVs, pads, buta, motorbikes in Ayawasu East NDC Primary. Delegates swap votes for boiled eggs, cash, TVs, pads, butas, motorbikes in Ayawasu East NDC Primary. Borderless Africa, key to AFCFTA success. That's according to the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2026. And then you have the Virtuous Ladies of Tampa Bay story also there. The Inquisitor newspaper this morning says, Cocoa Board assures farmers of payment soon. Cocoa Board assures farmers of payment soon. COSA refutes Nilante's claims on drip. NDC upset over vote buying at Ayawasu East primaries. NPA boss speaks at 2026 Nigeria International Energy Summit. So that's the Inquisitor. The Informer is here. Informer says Mahama sacks Baba Jamal over vote buying allegation. Okay. Ayawasu East Primary, voter inducement failed us. That's according to Musa Dankwa of Global Info Analytics. Ayawasu East Primary, voter inducement failed us. Musa Dankwa speaking there. Renaming airport won't solve challenges of Ghanaians. Sekou Nkrumah tells government. Renaming airport won't solve challenges of Ghanaians. Towards enhanced operation, World Lottery boss pledges support for Ghana. 2026 APD, Gabi diagnoses Africa's problem. So that's the Informer newspaper. Let me bring you the insights. The insight says, free movement, development-oriented capital, key to Africa's growth. Chief of Staff Julius Deborah speaking there. 24-hour economy authority bill passed, more jobs, economic growth expected. Ghana Water deploys revenue enhancement teams to curb water theft. Venezuela and Iran, oil and survival. Facts are sacred. A pact stands by past call for scholarship integrity. Trump, ICE and the Epstein files. Republic Press says Baba Jamal in hot water. Loses diplomacy, faces OSP wrath. NDC mad at vote buying scandal. Brian Achampong is NPP's next big thing. That's according to Kofi Bento. 2 busted in Osu Cemetery grave heist. Baba Jamal distributes TVs, boiled eggs to delegates in Ayawasu East Primary. Extreme sentencing hinders inmate reformation. That's the CJ, Chief Justice speaking. Pass law on alcohol consumption. Doctor to Parliament. So that's the front page of the Republic Press. Let me now take you to the Custodian. Minority demands swift payments to cocoa farmers. Opon Nkrumah blows alarm. NDC's 1 job, 3 shifts missing in 24-hour economy bill. Vote buying rocks NDC Ayawasu East primaries. APD 2026 promotes borderless Africa and SMEs. And then you have the Virtuous Ladies of Tampa Bay, assistant mothers at Kulebu story also there on the front page of the Custodian newspaper. Let's now go online. I'll take you to channel1newsonline.com. Ayawasu East Primary. Vote buying undermines democracy. That's Ambassador Victor Smith speaking there. MPP says Baba Jamal recall was much ado over nothing. Okay. Inusa Fuseni replaces Ayariga on NDC Ayawasu East Probe Committee. Baba Jamal denies vote buying claims in Ayawasu East Primary. Ayariga withdraws from NDC Ayawasu East Probe Committee. NDC MPs demand cancellation of Ayawasu East Primary. 2 arrested for illegal grave digging at Osu Cemetery. School feeding caterers receive first-term payments. OSP probes NPP and NDC primaries over vote buying claims. Abosokan spare parts dealers Abosokan spare parts dealers threaten strike over 20% VAT. Lendo Klu denies campaigning during Ayawasu East primary. Now let me take you to citynewsroom.com. Ayawasu East vote buying scandal an affront to democracy. That's according to the MPP. Akufo-Addo leads Commonwealth Observer Group for Bangladesh polls. Rename Kotoka Airport after Kwame Nkrumah. That's Vitus Azim speaking there. Standard Chartered Stanbic lead as customer experience redefines banking competition. Ayawasu East by-election, EC to meet political parties on February 11. Inusaf Hussaini replaces Ayariga on Ayawasu East probe committee. Still in Ayawasu East, I didn't bribe delegates. That's according to Baba Jamal. Mahama Ayariga steps down from NDC Ayawasu East probe committee. Majority caucus demands annulment of Ayawasu East NDC primary. And then you have Abosokai spare parts dealers threaten strike over new VAT regime. So, details of these stories and more online, citynewsroom.com, as well as channel1newsonline.com. I am Nanatufo Boateng. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back with a news review segment.
We are gearing up for the trip of a lifetime. Heritage Caravan 2026. From 1st to 8th March 2026, 8 days, 14 regions, one legendary caravan. We're touring Ghana in the most spectacular way on the Heritage Caravan, exploring the beauty, history, and stories that make our nation unique. Rolling out from Greater Accra through Eastern and OT, up north to the Northern and Upper East, and all the way to the Western region, hitting iconic destinations across Ghana. The Heritage Caravan 2026 will be fun, educative, refreshing, and most of all, remarkable. Stay connected. Follow Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM across all social media platforms for updates, and join the conversation using the hashtag Heritage Caravan 2026. The Heritage Caravan 2026 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from City FM.
And it's proudly sponsored by Holland Insurance, Piva Beverages, Omni Basic Bank, Caveman Watches, Gino, Didi Shito, Goyle, Minimi Achumo, and Admi Granite Paste. And it's supported by Nanas Rice.
Heritage Caravan 2026, experience Ghana like never before.
It's never selfish saying no. Rather, it's healthy. On this episode of Lifeline, we talk about setting boundaries, be it at work, in relationships, and even with family. Join Bishop Fred Kwanchimensa as he talks about how important it is to protect your peace without apology.
Welcome, my dear friends. This is Lifeline, where psychology meets theology to deal with life's complex situations. It is very important that you learn to set boundaries in order to be functional in life.
Boundaries are like invisible walls that is not meant to keep somebody out, but it's like it ends with you, walls that show where you end and where I begin.
Okay.
Or where I end and you begin. Because if those ones are not there, I will walk and bump into you.
Lifeline airs on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. This is more than news. This is your story. Channel 1 TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Hello there. Thank you so much for choosing us. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel One Television. We're going into the news review segment where we invite our guests to join us with various perspectives on a number of topics that we'll be looking at. We also extend an invitation to you to join the conversation. Send us your thoughts, your comments, and contributions via our WhatsApp number, which is on your screens. You can join us on our socials. We're streaming live on YouTube and Facebook. We're engaging, we're interactive on X and Instagram. You can enjoy some exclusive video content from Channel One TV on TikTok as well. This morning in the studio, I have three gentlemen. I'll do a quick introduction and we'll get into the conversations. Ibrahim Ajay is here. He's the Resident Country Director for International Investment LLC. Good morning, Ibrahim.
Good morning,
to see you.
Wanda,
whom we haven't seen in a while. Wanda Madilo is a member of the NDC's communications team. Wanda, it's good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. After a long
hiatus.
Things. Oh, so far, so good. So far, so good.
We haven't seen you this year.
Yeah, I
hope all is
true.
well.
Yeah, very well. Everything is fine.
Right. Elvis Daku is here. He's the editor of the News Center newspaper as well as newscenter.com. Good morning, Elvis. Good to see you.
Morning.
Welcome. Gentlemen, you're welcome to the show. We have a lot to unpack, so let's get straight into it. We start from the Ayawasu East NDC primary over the weekend. What should have been a local internal party matter was fraught with a number of allegations on voter inducement, vote buying. The party has condemned the same, commissioned an investigation into it. The majority caucus in Parliament is calling for the cancellation of the poll. The OSP has expressed interest in investigating these allegations. And for me, the bigger question is how we protect our ethical, or if like democracy, and of course the integrity of same, and not substitute it for gains, or if like some of these financial inducements. So I'll start off with Elvis. I want to believe that you observed the activity, the exercise over the weekend, and all that transpired. What do you make of, one, the response of the party itself, NDC, and then the majority caucus in Parliament calling for a cancellation of the polls? I don't know, I stand to be corrected, but I think this will be the first time, if indeed the primary is cancelled.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Vote buying has been with us in this Fourth Republic, and we've all said it's not good for our democracy, in the sense that if people are to go and elect people based on what they receive from the contestants, then the possibility that they could just go and elect people who offer the biggest gifts, they call it TNT and whatever they
and lunch,
are the ones who are likely to win, and therefore could affect the quality of people that we elect in the country. However, all efforts to nip this in the bud has so far failed. As a country, we've not been able to find a solution to dealing with vote buying. I think the last two CDD surveys actually shows that the voters themselves now expect that they will receive something from a candidate before they vote for the person. So it is no longer an issue of only the giver.
Yeah.
We used to blame the givers, but surveys have come to prove that the Ghanaian ordinary voter has equated his or her vote largely to what he or she will gain from the process, especially within internal elections, where the numbers that are voting is small.
Right.
And therefore, if you don't give them anything, you are not likely to get their vote. I believe that as a country, we still have to find a solution to this, because it will not help us if we allow it to continue. Because there may be very good people who will want to go to parliament or go into politics, want to become president, who will have wonderful things that they may want to do for this country. But if the mentality is that unless you buy my vote, I will not vote for you, then such people will not get the opportunity to vote, to govern. Interestingly, if such people don't have the opportunity to vote or govern, the good ideas and everything they have will not benefit the country.
True.
And we'll be voting for people that will just go in there, little contribution, and our development as a people will be affected. So I believe strongly that whatever we all need to do as a country to be able to fight this, we should. However, I see the statements from the NDC as a party that they are investigating, and I see a statement from the minority that they are investigating.
The majority or
the majority that they are also, the majority is actually calling for cancellation.
Yeah.
And I saw the statement, I was excited at the same time, I laughed. I was like, who is there any MP in Ghana today who will say, can boldly say, and can take an oath before whether the Quran or the Bible or any deity, that from the primaries in his or her party to the national level is not done the very thing they are asking that should be cancelled? Is there any MP in Ghana today who can take an oath before God, whether through the Quran or the Bible, or any deity, whether from Nongokpo to Antoine Nyama, or the popular ones? Is there any MP or any candidate who actually stood for election that will say that from the level of the primaries to the national elections, they have not offered anybody, any electorate, anything in the form of what we have branded it to be, called TNT and lunch and so whatever that we have branded it? Is there anybody who can say that? So you see, we on one hand we are guilty of the very offense, but because today we are not the one in the middle, we are condemning it because it's another person. I was thinking that the majority statement will first admit that they are all guilty of the same offense. If they had confessed that they had all done similar things in their primaries and to the national elections, and therefore they think that it's not a good thing, they want an end to it, and therefore they think that this should be used as an example to start a process, and that they are committing that those of them that will seek re-election in 2028, they are actually committing that what they are condemning today, they will not do any of it from the primaries to the national elections. Then I would think the statement would have been complete. But I see their statement as incomplete because they've not made any commitment. They've not also admitted that in the past they did similar things, and it's because now they recognize that it's not the right thing to do, and that they are committing that in the next elections they won't repeat same. Then we will, because see, when you are in the middle and the issues come up, the defense is that, well, you can't ask somebody to move from his or her house, wherever it is, to come and vote for you or to come and participate in a primary when you don't know whether the person has the ability to pay for transportation or not. And here is the case: the political parties themselves do not make any provision for delegates. This is an internal election, so when it's an internal election, the party knows that the delegates are not at the polling center. Others, many of them are in places where they will need to take transport. The party which is in charge of these things has no resources, or have never had any political party made provisions that we know that the delegates who are going to vote do not have the resources, and that's as a political party we are dedicating 200 cedis as transport or 300 cedis as transport for all delegates, and we know that they will be leaving home early.
And this will be from the party,
not the candidate. And we know that they will be leaving home early, and they will spend almost the whole day at the station. And therefore, we are also adding maybe 100 cedis each to eat for their lunch.
Okay.
And the party never makes such provisions. So at the end of the day, the party never makes such provisions, but they know that for people to move to the voting centers, because the people are not sitting in their homes and voting on mobile phones or on the internet, they need to move from one place to where is designated as a voting center to go and cast their vote. So the politicians found it necessary to always brand this thing as transportation and food. And the delegates also have, or the Ghanaian electorate has also accepted that if I'm going to vote for you to find a job for you, you are the one looking for a job, I'm going to find a job for you, then after voting for you, I'm not going to see you until 4 years. Once you go there, you are getting paid salaries and everything. Me, the person who voted for you, what do I gain from voting for you? And so if the electorates also have made up their mind that unless you give me something, I'm also not going to use my own personal resources to go to the stations and to go and vote, then we need to be able to also ask the political parties within internal primaries, are they ready and willing to make provisions for their delegates that because the party is making provision for your lunch and your transportation, no candidate will give you anything. Or the party can say all the candidates contesting, bring the resources to the party pool. Okay? Bring whatever resources you can afford to support the delegates. Or the party should come out with an amount. If you are 3 or 4, we think that the total amount the party will need to be able to get the delegates for their transport and feeding, because the party is responsible. The party is asking them to come and play a role. Everybody should bring this amount for the party to be able to supply, so that it doesn't become like it's the highest bidder. But currently the situation you have is that it's the highest bidder. And as I said, for the delegate system, it has become like, yes, that is good. And there are calls that, look, why, if you want to kill this, one of the suggestions is that if you want to kill this, then every registered member of the party should vote like a general elections. So that when the numbers are large, then ability to influence with money becomes difficult. Then we can then create the impression that, look, if we are, let's say the constituency has 30,000 voters, let's say 20,000 are NDC voters, assuming that out of the 20,000 in the constituency, 10,000 are card-bearing members of the NDC. I'm not sure that there's going to be a candidate who will be able to influence 10,000 candidates with any significant amount for them to come and vote. So I think that this suggestion, of course, because if you say 10,000, this is just primary. So if 10,000,
MPP just finished presidential primary with over 200,000.
Yes, no, you are talking presidential primaries. You are talking about presidential primaries. Presidential primaries. You are talking about a nation of 30 million people. 18 million are qualified voters on the voters roll to vote. So if out of 18 million in a party's primary, it's just 211,000 that is voting. A presidential candidate has numerous people backing him. Anybody want to contest the presidential primaries, if the person is worth the salt, because that's the person that is going to represent the party at the national level and campaign across the country. So that person can mobilize resources compared to a member of parliament. Do you understand it? So if you are looking at a presidential primaries and a parliamentary primaries, the numbers, the strategies, the systems are completely not the same. Because if Kennedy Japon is contested, Bawumia contested, Brian contested. Okay, look at these people and look at the caliber of people who they can pull around them. And we saw the people who were following Kennedy Japon. We saw the people who were following Bawumia. We saw those who were following Brian. So you see, when it comes to that extent, you are comparing. I am more concerned about when we are able to do it at the parliamentary level. Okay, presidential level becomes difficult. Do you know that in the national elections, presidential candidates really don't do anything about buying votes? Because the presidential candidate has the MPs who are there fighting for the party to. So at the end of the day, if you look at even our national elections, the presidential candidates themselves, in terms of their elections, the inducement is not directly specific like a parliamentary election in the national elections. So if you look at the dynamics, clearly I think that if we can, as a country, make sure that the primaries is no longer about delegate system. The primaries should be everybody, and it is to help the parties. Now, if you also want to go and vote, then you must also register, pay dues, and be a card-bearing member in good standing.
Very well.
It also helps the parties.
Very well. Wonder, there's this argument about increasing, just as Elvis has said, the delegates. There's also the counter argument that quantity does not necessarily curb this matter of vote buying. So as a country, how do we end this particular issue?
So this talk about let everybody vote. The NDC, we have tried it once. You know. The fallout of that we didn't like, because we had candidates who were elected virtually by the MPP for us. They paid people to become members of our party.
People registered.
Got membership cards, and so we lost a number of seats. I mean, most of the one-term MPs, or they happened in the elections where we decided to do everybody go vote kind of business. So it is not entirely ideal. I mean, even our own democracy is not structured around everybody participating. That's why we have a system of representation. You know, we can make all the argument that it's democracy, but how many people are in parliament?
Participatory democracy.
Otherwise, let all of us go and sit in parliament. So yes, we are participating from the sidelines. Our voice must be heard and all that, but you still need somebody to represent you in those at those levels. What I am not excited about is this sudden business about NDC went to the polls and NDC bribed and all that. The last elections, 210 people were expected to vote. We heard people were giving 700 Ghana cedis. You have a calculator here. 700 Ghana cedis, 1,000,000 Ghana cedis per delegate. So if you have 210,000 people, okay,
192,000 that day.
the voters register was 210. So as a candidate,
actually.
yes, so as a candidate, as you are going to, you are preparing for the 211.
True.
Not the turnout.
The turnout.
So imagine 211, right? Times 1,000 Ghana cedis. You are talking about 211 million Ghana cedis in the hands of opposition. One candidate. And how many people contested? 5. Abi?
Yeah.
5. So if everybody is giving an average of 500 Ghana cedis, so the least person even gave 105 million. And that is on election day. You see, that's on election day. Let's not lose sight of this. That's on election day expense, not all the rounds going from region to region and support here, you know, paying bills here, paying hospital, you know, supporting school fees and all that. Not all that. So you see, our democracy is getting very expensive. What has happened in Ayawa? So I mean, we've all heard snippets of people complaining and all that. Same as we heard in the MPP presidential elections and all that. I'm happy that the OSP also want to take up this matter. I just pray that it doesn't become political. You know, he waited too long for this to happen before you go. You see, when it happens like that, then it's more like reactionary. Soon as the MPP finished and you heard allegation, you should have just kick in. Then the NDC one comes to kick in. Everybody knows that, okay.
He's looking into the MPP one as well.
Yeah, but this announcement came after the so-called also East one. I don't know if you get my point.
Yeah.
So you want to ask yourself, why did you wait for this long? Crime is crime. Once it's committed, it's committed. The MPP may not like it. They may say, oh, you are doing selective, whatever. By the time the NDC one comes and you go for the NDC one, everybody knows that, oh, after all, the earlier one you decided to start was not because you were being vindictive and all that. So we need to be more proactive. But Baba himself has issued a statement to say that he's denying the allegations and that he was not involved, and that he welcomes the probe, the investigation and all that. Muhammad Yaga also on his side as majority leader, the caucus had issued a statement that they should annul the elections. For that matter, he stepped down from the position of membership.
Have we ever experienced that before, an annulment of a party primary?
Yes and no, because annulment is always must be premised on a few critical issues and must be properly investigated. Otherwise, you have a lot of legal battles on your hand. I remember when Edem Agbana's election happened and he won with 1 vote. There were a lot of calls for another elections, rerun the elections and all that. But eventually he he went through because the committee investigating came to a conclusion that what happened is what it is. I knew a couple of elections have been annulled before. I don't know which one, but I will try and check the data and see. However, maybe not based on vote buying, maybe vote rigging, or at the end of the day, the voter turnout is more than on the register and all that. And then sometimes to tallying of votes may be wrong, and also they can annul elections. It's not a problem. It is if it is tied to, as it were, corruption, that I haven't seen any yet. But I think that the NDC has been very proactive in this matter.
Right.
As quickly as the election was held, the following day or same night, you know, we had reports of putting together a committee to investigate, condemning what has happened, and also calling for a probe. Quickly, the party put together a committee. I wish this was done even with the MPP as well, but they will never do it. But you will see them trumpeting, busy talking about NDC, and NDC is corrupt, and NDC is buying votes, and all that. No, you have the same thing in your house. You couldn't deal with it. You were not bold enough to come out and say, hey, we have identified, you know, widespread vote buying and all that. Because people complained. I mean, their own, we had it. People granted interviews.
So if they do
and all
that, is that justification for you also to do same?
I'm not saying that we're doing it because they are doing it, or they did it because we did it before. I'm saying that clean your house. Let me clean my house. After all, we have taken the decision to do it. Did the media call on us to do it? No. We all heard it. And my party, same night, immediately issued a statement condemning it. Following day, a committee was put together to investigate it. Today, you even have majority caucus, which are NDC members of parliament, saying that no, this is wrong, and that they are even asking for an annulment of the elections. I am saying that if we saw even one pin of that from the MPP, we wouldn't be where we are today. So we all need to clean our house. The NDC must do their job, internal house cleaning. Even the guy, Baba Jama has already been relieved of his position. Are you aware? The president struck the Friday. He's been recalled. He's been recalled from that. So steps are being taken, at least within the NDC, and that sparks hope for this country. That one political party is at least taking bold steps not to go the way of bribery and corruption and all that. Yes, people say that, oh, it's all over, it's been around us and all that. I don't know. What I do know is that people win elections. How they win it, ways and means. Every election has its own strategy, operations, and what have you in order to win the election. I have contested national elections before. In fact, if you watch, then it was CTFM and CTTV they came to our Congress ground and then they did a report. My name was actually mentioned. I had no idea what it was. They said I was sharing dollars. Really? I love dollars. I mean, you didn't have my number then. You see, if I have the dollar, I'll keep it. But they said I was sharing dollars, and they made a report of the other candidates that they had also shared whatever. So in elections, there are goodwill people who show you goodwill. Somebody can call you and say, "Oh, bro, how is your elections going?" I say, "Oh, Charlie, it's tough. Where are you?" I mean, in the house. Okay, meet me at so and so time. You meet the person. Oh, take this and support your campaign. Sometimes they'll do it on your backside, the blind side. They call you and ask you what are the issues. If they know those you are talking about, they go and they sort them out. People take people for lunch, you know, and all that. So I know that indeed some of these things happen. Now, we only condemn ourselves too much. In America, in the US and all that, they all do some of these things, but maybe at a more civil level. What are the lobbies for those who do the lobbying? What do they do? Those who try to do a background arrangement for some, you know, partnerships and all that. What do they do? What do you think they do? You know, but it's more civil, it's more documented, it's more clean, and it looks more like an engagement, not an inducement for your mind. They talk to you, they try to convince you, they try to tell you why where you are is not where you should be, and this is the way forward and all that. So, but I see a lot of our educational upbringing as a country is not helping us. You know, if Musa Dankwa's poll is anything to go by in the MPP survey, he said that a larger population of the people going to vote don't have education beyond secondary school. So you can imagine. It means that as a country, not the MPP alone, but as a country, our level of exposure, our level of education, our value systems have all gone very low, and therefore you find some of these things happening. Again, the lady who granted the interview and said they gave us NASCO, they gave us this. For all you know, if that lady was, excuse me, a bit high up there, she may not even mention this. You won't even hear it. So there are times things happen.
And the opulent display we
things happen. You may have, you could have even seen it, but nobody will be willing to talk to it. So that's why I congratulate them for coming out boldly to say some of these things. And I congratulate my party for taking the bold step. I congratulate the president for taking the bold step. And we should be finding lasting solutions to this matter. On the issue of political party funding, I think this has come up a couple of times. When President Kufuor was in power, they tried to implement some of these things, funding of political parties and all that. We've had a lot of conferences, symposia, engagement on this matter and all that. And the whole country has come to the conclusion that it's not viable. Why? Because then everybody now picks a form and say, I have a political party, and then just waiting for funding on the day of election. Who qualifies for that money? How much do they qualify? Are you going to prorate it that the bigger parties? Who is a bigger party in any way? We're going for an election. You may be big.
All this can be quantified.
Yeah, you may be big.
Membership.
Yeah, and CPP was one time a very big party. Today they are no more.
So
what would you have done?
So that there should be, the category should be there. You can be downgraded. You can be upgraded.
This is where the difficulty is. Who is doing the upgrade? Who is doing the downgrade and all that? So it's difficult in some of. But again, why do we need political party funding? We are all members of a political party. We pay dues. We support even in other ways. For instance, there's we're going through our registration right now. We'll be doing branch reorganization and all that. We will all be supporting financially, putting in money. Sometimes we're buying plastic chairs, we're buying canopies. We do a lot of that. I do it myself as well. So the parties should be managed in the manner that they are self-sustaining. And I have said that we should get to a point where political parties should be willing to do business. For instance, when I say business, farming should be one of the things that we should allow political parties to do on a large scale to support the country. You want to be president of this country, you want to be a member of parliament of this country, and your party is not contributing anything economically to the country. You are only going to be a drain. You pay salary at the end of the month, that's all. What is the party bringing to the table? Can we find a system where they can go into agriculture? At least agriculture is the only environment we know that it won't interfere with their daily dealings. So you come to power, giving all the jobs to your business. But as for agriculture, everybody eats. So we can allow them to invest in agriculture. We make lots of money. Listen, the NPP is about 6 million population. The NDC same. If I pay 1 Ghana cedis a month, it's 6 million. 6 million. If I pay 2 Ghana cedis, it's 12 million. If I pay 10 Ghana cedis, that is equal to 60 million per political party. When we are picking forms to contest anything, we pay. When presidential, how much did the NPP presidential candidates pay? How much?
They paid enough.
They paid enough. So you see, so for me, I think that we should be looking at it from that angle, where the political parties find money and are sustainable and can even support the country, even support their own. We have a system where, when you are injured or died in the line of duty, they come in to support and all that. Right. We should do more of those. That's the only way we can be able to bring this country to where it should be.
Very wonderful. Thank you. Ibrahim, so we're back at the conversation on political party funding and whether they should be regulated. Should there be a law passed on political party funding, how political parties raise money and how they spend same?
Thank you. And a very good morning once again to you and my colleagues on the panel, and a very good morning to our viewers as well and listeners. Political party funding, I don't think will cure what it is we're looking to address here. So I want to be direct in my answering of that question. Political party funding can only help the party organize itself, because a political party is a stakeholder within the democracy.
Right.
So you can see that there is a benefit of having political parties that inure to the democracy that country wants to maintain and sustain. And so by funding it from the government level, you can see a merit for that argument, that organizationally they have headquarters, they have means of making sure that they have officers who are paid to conduct and execute the mandate of that party. So if we take partisanship out of a political party and purely focus on its existence as a stakeholder in the governance and government of a country, then you can see a merit. But that's where it stops. Political party funding cannot cure what we are discussing here. which is the blatant corruption that we've witnessed in Ayawaso East. I was in Ayawaso East yesterday, so if I'm a little tired, it's because we were acclaiming Baba Jamal, the MPP parliamentary candidate for Ayawaso East on March the 3rd, and I urge everybody in the party.
He's also Baba Jamal?
Baba Ali.
Baba Ali.
Baba Ali, thank you. I'm confused. I'm about to address Baba Jamal. Yes.
Yeah.
Both are Babas. So Baba Ali. Baba Ali is our candidate for Ayawaso East.
You didn't go into a primary. You selected Baba Ali.
By acclamation. In the 2024 primaries, he came second, just losing to Zach Rahman by 11 votes. He's been a secretary for the constituency. He has served with diligence. And the thing about Baba Ali is this. The NDC will tell you, and I will say when I'm on your show, NDC can call in and text. They will vouch of this is NDC in Ayawaso East, Nima. They will vouch of the integrity of Baba Ali. And so we are hopeful, confident that his stewardship, how he's maneuvered, the way he does his politics, his service to the party, MPP, but more importantly, his service to the community, Ayawaso East, that will be, God willing, inshallah, yield dividends for Baba Ali come March the 3rd. Now, back to your earlier question, Nana, about the political funding. It won't cure it.
It won't?
It won't. It will help the party organize itself. What will cure it? And it's been mentioned. I remember Raz Mubarak also mentioned in 2015 when the NDC expanded the Electoral College to allow for card-bearing members. That cured it to an extent. One is right. It allows for others to intervene.
There'll be infiltration.
Yes, but I mean that's for you to try and close those loopholes. How do you close the loophole? You can say, and this is something I've suggested to the NPP itself, in order to have a vote in a primary, a party primary, you, the card-bearing member, must be in good standing for at least 2 years. So if you are NDC, wanted to come and vote in an MPP primary, no problem. Come and fund our party for 2 solid years. Solidly. Once we see a missed payment, then you're disqualified. Because a true party person will make sure that their dues are paid consistently. Likewise with NDC. Because this is not sustainable. It is not. I'm talking the primaries whereby this happens. But as has been mentioned, excuse me, if you have 10,000, 15,000 people in a primary voting, mathematically, both financially and in terms of resource-wise, it is not possible to buy the votes of 15,000 people. And that's what will cure this canker. But you see, I was hearing some things about President John Dramani Mahama taking swift action and recalling Baba Jamal. Swift for the where? The 1992 Constitution, Article 94(2), Clause B, says that any public officer, and a High Commissioner is a public officer or public servant, who wishes to contest in partisan elections has to resign. Article 94(2)(b), you have to resign. It's there. Now, Baba Jamal took 10 days leave. Now, when you take 10 days leave of notice to contest, that's what he did. He took 10 days leave. Now, under the Civil Service Regulations 2020, leave, and they've captured it, leave is not sufficient for a public officer to contest the partisan primary. I'm quoting the Constitution here. So if suddenly President John Dramani Mahama says, I'm now recalling you for how? That somebody has violated the Constitution, now you are recalling them? Are we putting the cart before the horse or horse before the cart? And you have to resign before you actually file your nominations. President John Dramani Mahama sat down and saw this going on and took no action. So what was he doing? When somebody violates the Constitution, you as the first gentleman of the land should have taken action. But you did nothing of the sort. So when I hear that NDC are taking action, NPP, we did nothing, really, you should examine the chronology of what has just transpired. It takes me back to 2011, when Baba Jamal was the Deputy Minister for Information.
Sorry, what was the constitutional code?
Article 94, 2B, 1992 Constitution. Those who are watching, quickly Google it. 1992 Constitution, Article 94, parenthesis 2, Clause B. Public officer must resign. And it applies to high commissioners. And he did nothing of the sort. So we should not be hoodwinked that President Mahama has suddenly taken action. He was inactive. He was inert. And he knew that this gentleman, Baba Jamal, was breaking the law per our electoral laws. You have to resign. Show me the resignation letter. The leave is not resignation. It's like, I'm going to hospital. My stomach is hurting me, for those who can't hear the gang. Yeah. That's what needs to happen. So, and then again, under Civil Service Regulations 2020, I'm quoting the Constitution. I'm not giving you my interpretation. I'm giving you verbatim. So President Mahama, please come again. How can you recall somebody who the law says is already, by all intents and purposes, removed? I wanted to refer us back to 2011, when then Deputy Minister of Information, Baba Jamal, addressing the trades unions and party officers, functionaries, he said that when you see a cow, say this is an elected officer, an appointed officer. When you see a cow, say it's a sheep. Whatever you do, and now I'm giving you some paraphrasing, always paint the government white. We know this one. It's attached to him since that day. So I want to ask President John Dramani Mahama, somebody who has publicly stated that you should lie. He said it all. Lie, deceive the public in order to paint the government white. On what basis do you appoint him as a high commissioner? For me, that is a poor judgment from President Mahama. Look what happened to Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of England, UK. He appointed Peter Mandelson, knowing full well that this guy was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, the pedophile, trafficking young girls for sex on his island with so many, international politicians. You, Keir Starmer, were aware of this because you had official, the National Security and Foreign and Commonwealth Office telling you that this person is not fit for office, for the appointment. But the McSweeney, his chief of staff, convinced him. My point, why am I linking the two? Keir Starmer should have known better than to appoint Mandelson. And today his neck is on the line as we speak. So how is that different from President Mahama? Knowing that you have somebody who has voluntarily, audibly, verbally, personally said, let us deceive the public in order to paint the government white. 2011, it's there. That kind of personality you do not give to one of our main ambassadorial posts, Nigeria. It's a lack of judgment on President Mahama's part in that area.
In appointing Baba Jamal to Nigeria?
If I say lie to everybody, it tells you I lack integrity.
That was when?
2011. So crime has an expiry date.
People do change.
People do change. I understand, and people should be given second chances.
Right.
I agree with you on that. I mean, he who without sin should cast the first stone. I agree with you, but you can give a different post. People change. Am I beyond reproach? Me, Ibrahim Ajay here?
No.
Good. So I agree with what you've just said. But in the high stakes game of politics, you need to know where you accommodate somebody who has changed. So now we're looking at the change now. You say it's changed. Your channel, Channel 1 interviewed him. When this thing comes to court, should it come to court? Because if NDC make the mistake, and we are all for them making mistakes, we'll come to Cocoa Board in a minute. I'll give you the mistakes. Of annulling this election, Baba Jamal has every right to put them through the ringer in terms of the courts. He's won it fair and square. I listened to when your journalists interviewed him. That's the whole basis that this is all going on. Because Wanda mentioned it. Had he not talked about, he said, what's wrong in giving gifts? He didn't say I gave gifts, so. He's a lawyer.
Yeah.
And so that I'll credit Baba Jamal. He said, what's wrong in giving gifts? I said, I didn't. He then went on to say, every Christmas, I give 2.5 million Ghana in loans. If my people come, should I not give them water? He's not admitting that he's given the gift, so.
No.
He's responding to a question. He said, what's wrong with that? And we have to be real. We, the politicians sitting here, Elvis mentioned it. He mentioned every MP should put up their hands who has not done the same. I would extend Elvis's question to say every president who has not done same, buying votes, should put his hand up. Oh, come on, let's be real. Everybody. Now, you can, however you term it, there's the nomenclature that can change it. Goodwill, transportation. If you live in Ayawaso East, the most transportation you will take is 10 cities. Whether you're coming from Mount Zion or you're coming from, Bola. Whether you're coming from Mamobi side. But Mamo is entering more towards Jaja, Honorable Jaja's area. Kado Mosque. Coming from, let's say, Kanda side. The most it will cost you is 10 Ghana cities, Trotro. The most. Because remember, this is at a polling center, not your polling station.
I want to do Uber. I don't
Oh,
want to
even better. Yeah, Uber, let me Google it for you right now. You know me, I'm quick on that. Uber, I told you before, Ayawaso East is like my second home.
Yeah.
I'm from Teshi.
Yeah.
Why was I there yesterday? Teshi B, coming all the way there, because my heart is there. I have interest in Ayawaso East. Like Baba Jamal, he was rejected from Akwatia, came all the way to, what do you call it? Ayawaso East. So NDC should question that logic. I'm coming. So if the most, let's take your Uber, for argument's sake. Why not? We are progressing. 20 Ghana maximum. I know the constituency.
Right.
It's not like Kaswa to Navrongo. The distance is there. So if it's 20 cities for transportation, why are delegates getting 3,000 Ghana? Don't tell me, Ibrahim, you're lying. I beg you, Nana Tufo.
No, I'm not saying you're
No,
lying,
I'm just.
I'm interested. You know this how?
I'm talking to Wanda through you. Because I'm coming to Wanda.
You know this how?
That's the question. Speak to the delegates. We are there. NDC delegates know me. Look, when you go past the Shell filling station, going towards Firdaus Mosque, on the left, okay? So the White Mosque, Firdaus is when you're going towards Nima Hill Street. Shell filling station, you go past where our parliament is, MPP parliament. And then when you get, just opposite the ADB, okay? The NDC, parliament is there. And they know me very well.
Right.
Because I do my politics, we jaw. And the politics in Ayawaso East is very nice. It's not so adversarial. Tongue in cheek, yesterday when we were going with Baba Ali, proclaiming through the streets, and we had our friends in the NDC, cheering and jeering. It's a beautiful relationship that we have. So if the NDC people, are telling us we got 3,000, had the TVs not being filmed, you would be right to say, Brem, how do you know there were TVs? Had the motorbikes not been filmed, you would have the right to say, Brem, how do you know that motorbikes were given? Had the oil and the boiled eggs and the cow, Kivo Gary, I'm not advertising, I'm stating the fact. So I'm telling you, I'm getting the source directly from our friends. They are friends. NDC are friends in Ayawaso East. Come on, we know that Ghana is a mature political entity.
Right.
We have friends there. Why would they come and lie to me that Ibrahim, I got 50 peswe? They're telling you that we got 3,000 Ghana. For a party that right now cannot pay some contractors. When I say a party, government. But I'm linking the two. End of service benefits for those in the previous administration have not yet still been paid. Other contractors have not yet been paid. Last month, controller had difficulty paying salaries. They told us that it was about verification. Come on. It's all linked to Ayawaso East and you're correct.
Right. But you need to wrap it up.
I'm giving an ecosystem whereby the party is flush with money. But cannot be, it is one there's a fact. You can rebut. Oh, it's not? If when you add up what they were getting, it's around 9,000 Ghana cedis. The motorbikes, the cash, the oil. It's there. I mean, we tabulated this thing.
Per delegate.
9,000. And I beg NDC delegates, you've already come on social media. The platforms are there. Call into the studio and tell them, because I know the result. That yes, Ibrahim Ajay is telling the truth. The sum of what we got is around 9,000. Nearly 100 million old Ghana cedis. And there are some NDC supporters who didn't get that. So March the 3rd, you know what to do. You vote for Baba Ali because they are shortchanging you. So these are the things that we need to do in order to address the situation. The NDC is saying they want to annul. It beggars belief because every single person there on that committee, I know that Muhammad Yaraga has now been replaced by Yunus Hussein. I'm not saying that they shouldn't do this. It helps us. NPP too, we should do same. That's how we cure it. We can't say allow it to continue. Because when they're saying clean your house, it's talking about NPP. Because we have somehow violated certain, let's say, codes of conduct. President
is trying to be so measured.
President Muhammad, to his credit, you know, if I hit him, I have to also praise him. Instituted a code of conduct so that as governments, as parties, as administrations, we polish each other. We will learn from NDC. Inshallah, when we come back under Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, we'll do better. When they come back and whenever, they'll do better. Ghana is progressing, and I like that. Well. But on the code of conduct, Wanda said that we should clean our house because they're doing it. When Sami Jamfi was sharing money against the code of conduct, did you clean your house? Or now you've woken up because some people are against Baba Jamal. Some people are against Baba Jamal. No, you see, you have to be consistent.
Sami Jamfi gave money. Unfortunately, it was captured on video.
Unfortunately,
it wasn't for any political gain.
Hold on.
Was it for a political gain?
So was this for political gain? If somebody's coming
this
to...
was.
How so?
This is an election.
Listen, no? You've listened to all of them. Ajia Amina Adam. And I really respect the lady. I told you 3 weeks ago, myself, Alhaji Hama went to visit her. Very nice lady. My first time to meet her, as for the husband, is a friend, and God rest his soul. Allah bless him. She said through her agents that transportation is not bribery. That's what she said. And it's true. Then you look at the quantum of it. I'm not in any way disparaging her at all.
Brian, you need to wrap up.
I'm wrapping up on this. I'm just saying that we should not deceive ourselves. You see, the NDC started something fantastic. Wonder.
Cleaning your house is all I said.
And I'm telling you that your house was already dirty.
No, if you had
I'm coming. Why do you jump one incident? One opportunity to clean your house.
What incidents are you talking about?
So you're telling me that Sami Jamfi, its code of conduct means, and I'll tell you what President Muhammad was saying, to represent the party and government in the best light. And you are invading you'll have a chance to rebut. You know, we go around twice on each subject.
No, but you've been on
but
for
too much time on this,
because the topic demands, and viewers are enjoying my submission.
You are the way of gauging that.
I've given you both the legal antecedents as to why President Mahama failed.
Let me take a few quick messages.
I'm coming in 10 seconds, 5 seconds, Paul.
We need
to make sure that while I'm jabbing NDC, the same can come back to MPP.
Right. It has already been
I'm coming. So what do we need to do? When you expand the electoral college, it will cure it. If you say that others can infiltrate, you cure the areas of infiltration. And I'll give you an example. A card bank member fully paid up 2 years prior to the vote.
Very well.
That will eliminate those who are not really in the party.
Very well. Good morning, Nana. What happened in Ayawasu East was shameful to Ghana's democracy. Some people were forced to accept bribe. Where's the probity and accountability mantra of the NDC? Ahmed from Nima sent that one. Kwamena Acidity from Ahafo Achirensua says, we thank God NDC party has taken the bold decision to investigate and withdraw Baba Jamal over vote buying allegations in Ayawasu East NDC parliamentary election. It's a step in the right direction as a party. Special greetings to Dr. Edem Segbefia, incoming NDC National Vice Chairman, hopeful, and Honorable Ishak Dauda. Okay, all right. Aminu from Nsawam says, is the NDC spokesperson saying that because the MPP has skeletons in their closets, they can't speak about the NDC's corrupt election practices? I'm just imagining the propaganda the NDC would have spread if the MPP were in power and accused them of similar electoral malpractices. This is political cannibalism. What we are witnessing is not party politics. It is organized internal robbery. A cartel of party insiders keep recycling itself, hijacking parliamentary contests and shutting the door on fresh, capable voices. The same party men are imposed again and again, not by popularity, not by merit, but by raw financial muscle. Primaries have become a shameless bazaar. Delegates are not convinced. They are bought like livestock. That message is quite long. Honorable Anas, thank you, but next time please keep it short. Rex from Medina says, vote buying is pervasive in our elections in this Fourth Republic. In the 2023 by-elections of the MPP, similar pictures of distribution of TV sets and allegations of vote buying were widespread. It is mind-boggling hearing the amount spent by candidates on such elections. If the candidates are this rich, why can't they donate these monies to the party to take care of the delegates? I congratulate the president for the swift decision on withdrawing the High Commissioner of Nigeria. I support the annulment of the elections. Okay, Eben from Tema says, hi Nana, President Mahama's action of recalling Baba Jamal's appointment is nothing short of populism, and that goes to emphasize the point that Mahama sees Ghanaians as okay, all right, sure, we'll leave it. The things he's right in some way. NDC members of Parliament action or stand or on Ayawasu East NDC primary is absolute. Okay. Are they all exempt from giving anything to delegates during the internal elections? The majority leader is disappointing me. They always seem to protect their own interest. This is from... Okay, you don't put your name there. But yeah, these are some of the messages coming in. Gentlemen, let me take a quick break. When I come back, I'll give you the opportunity to wrap up on this and then we can move on. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Another payment through Stanbic. Smooth as always.
Imagine making or collecting all payments without leaving your chair. Sounds like magic, right? Nah, it's Stanbic Pay.
Darling, can you please help with the bills, especially at your school fees?
From school fees to utilities, the government and statutory payments to investments, insurance payments, Hajj payments, and more.
Mommy, my fees has been paid.
Just log on to Stanbic Pay and you're set for life.
Please tell me everything has been paid.
No Stanbic account, no queues, no stress, no last-minute panic. Cherish your time and live happier in safety and convenience. Visit stanbicbank.com.gh or call to get started.
Why step out when you can shop at the comfort of your home? Franco Online has you covered. No stress, no queues. At Franco Online, you can shop all your original electronics and home appliances, from TVs, washing machine, refrigerators, air conditioners, to phones, accessories, laptops, and many more. It's free delivery within Accra and Kumasi. For your safety, Franco do not sell from random social media messages. Just call the numbers on your screen or visit the website at www.francotrading.com. You can also download the Franco Trading app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Franco Online, it's fast and reliable.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva Pop too, and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
Piva.
This advert is FDA approved. Watching DSTV means getting the TV you love, but staying connected means getting something extra. Stunning. Extra matches, extra dramas, the best local and the world's biggest. Extra laughter, music, movies, and extra vim.
I love it.
Just stay connected or reconnect and get upgraded to the next higher package at no extra cost. Charlie, we got you. Keep watching. Get more with DSTV.
You're welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. We're having the news review segment on Breakfast Daily. Brahima J is here. Wanda Madilo is here. Elvis Dako is also here. Final thoughts on this Ayawasu East matter, allegations of vote buying, and of course the call for annulment of the results, the investigation by the NDC. Elvis, final thoughts, quick one, and then we can move on.
Well, I will say that what is even making it more alarming is that despite all the concerns being expressed by the public that this thing is illegal, the beneficiaries are open to share what they have received publicly. In fact, the ones that have been formed in Ayawasu and the rest, do the NPP presidential primaries. I saw two women interviewed, and the video is on Facebook. Anybody can go and look for it. The woman said she got 2,000, but she's disappointed that two candidates, Kobina Japan and Edishum, didn't show up. And we're saying this to TV cameras, and this was on TV. And I'm like, something that you are told that
consequences. That's how come.
This is what I'm saying. That is the danger. That is where we are heading towards. That despite all the complaints that these things should not be happening, people who are the beneficiaries are bold to make it public that I got this, I got that, I got this, I got that. And they say it openly and freely.
If you mention expectations.
Expectations.
I was expecting this.
The others that didn't even come.
I know this person voted this amount, but it's been reduced to that amount.
Yes. Somebody said the person promised that you give this, but this is what they got, and then when they believe that somebody has shortchanged them.
Exactly.
This is where we should all look at it. The thing is getting out of hand, and see the danger is that when we don't fight this and fight it successfully, there means criminal enterprise and criminal groups cannot hijack our elections. Because if it's the highest bidder, let's say a ring of drug dealers want to control Ghana, and then they decided that they will sponsor specific people or parties to come to power so that they can have their trade freely across Ghana. This is what has happened in the South Americans, where some countries are completely controlled by drug barons, because even for politicians to win elections, they are the ones who are financing them. And then the country becomes total disaster for everybody.
That's why some make the argument about the regulation of political party funding, that you are compelled by law to declare a sponsor above a certain threshold.
That is what we need.
Then we look into this sponsor and how they are able to come up with this.
But we don't have that law.
We don't have that.
Even today, go to Electoral Commission and ask how many political parties have submitted their audited accounts. By law, they are supposed to do it.
Yes, but they're not.
Even in those audited accounts, look at the amounts that are declared as their expenditure and ask yourself whether that is what you see on the ground. So you see, we must all take this seriously. I have said that, look, expand the college, let it cover everybody who is willing to declare that I am a member of party A or B. Register, have your card, pay your dues. At least you must be a member in good standing for 3 years to be able to vote in the next elections. And when that is done, all the parties should publish the list with the photographs, your ID, everything to the public, so that we don't have people who are both NDC and NPP members. When the list is published and it is public, there's a website for NPP, there's another NDC. You go there, you want to know who is a member, and people can quickly verify who is a double agent within the parties, and then you get rid of them. You can have a very clean register that nobody can infiltrate, and you can elect your candidates. And this argument of NDC tried it and NPP tried to elect their, it is because they did it in a rush. The decision was taken in a rush. They didn't have time to look at the consequences. And I was thinking that what they experienced was rather a lesson for them to realize that, oh, there were loopholes here. If we closed it, we could do this thing better. So for me, I think that maybe probably we should, if we are amending the Electoral Commission's law or whatever electoral laws, we should put it out there that every party should be made to publish the list and the photographs of all their members who are registered with them. So that if you are a registered member and you can vote in the party's primaries, your photograph and your ID, your name and everything will be public. It will be on the internet. Anybody can find out. By so doing, everybody will know that this is the party A belong to, this is the party B belong. Those who don't want to register for any of the parties, they cannot vote in any of the primaries. They should just wait and vote in the national elections because they don't want to belong to NDC, NPP. Fine. Then I think the primary sanity will come in if they have these numbers. And as I said, it even gives the parties an idea that I'm going to an elections, and if I look at my database, maybe I have 5 million people who are registered with me. So that vote, I'm secured. Now I want to look for more votes to add to it. Right now, if you ask all the political parties about their membership, they will quote votes that they secured in general elections. But if you ask them to produce the list of people who are really their members, NDC and NPP, the numbers they will produce, none of them can produce 1 million membership. NDC cannot produce that. They have 1 million registered members against the list. They can't. They can't. So I think that we should be able to go to that extent if we want to fight this corruption thing in our elections. In terms of the financing you are talking about, as I said, financing may not necessarily be from the state. If they are doing their primaries, and there's 5 people in the case of NPP want to be president, and they said, okay, if the 5 people want to be president, this is the expenditure for the election. Per our own fundraising, we are not be able to do it, or this and that and that. So we need every candidate to provide this amount for us to take care of the delegates and everything. You don't spend any money on delegates because nobody is giving anything to delegates. And we should also understand that if we want to fight this, then we need our secret service to work. But today that the secret service is political boys and girls with GOTA in their hands working left and right. I am national security. You are asking yourself, how are you going to be able to even deploy national security operation? Because what happened in just one small constituency here, if it is something we are serious about fighting, we have deployed people on the, a lot of people have been arrested long before the vote were even cast. Because the moment people were working from one office with TV in their armpits and are working, they should just have been picked up. Because you saw the person going to collect the thing and people are granting interviews and say, yes, I got this. People would have been arrested, but now would have said 50 or 70 people have been arrested. But no arrest because we are not even making use of the secret service to fight this thing.
Let me find out from Wanda. Do the parties have internal structures against some of these things?
We are seeing it already now. We are always leading the way.
You've commissioned the probe.
Yeah, we're always leading the way.
But you see, until a candidate fears the repercussions of vote buying more than losing an election, these things won't stop.
No, you just heard the minority say, the majority caucus say that annul the elections. That's one of the consequences. all the money you have spent is gone down the drain. You may even be disqualified from contesting the next one because of the code of conduct that is in place. A larger issue when we opened up the database for everybody to vote that we faced was one, logistics. It was also a question of logistics because if you ask everybody to vote, it means that you must put polling booth in every police station. Yeah. In my constituency, Petrisa, for instance, we have 289, 291 polling stations. You mean you can do that? Very easy for you to do that. It's no joke. It's not easy. Because even as a country, when we have to deploy the whole of the military, we have to deploy the whole of the police and all the other agencies joining hands, we still have lapses in terms of security. So indeed, the political parties themselves may not have that capacity. And even the funding. You remember how much Electoral Commission takes to Parliament in the name of how much they require to fund one elections. That's what you will require. Because in the end, you are going to do elections in everywhere. They also did theirs. Maybe the printing cost may be less because you don't have the 18 million numbers to print for. But you will still spend almost about 1/3 or half of what the Electoral Commission spent. So the political parties do not have that capacity. That is it. We already know there's a case in court where the likes of Dr. Nyaonya Otamaklo, who else?
Professor Kwame Frimpong,
and then our own Christina Mwakunyama in court over that. I know our learned judges will do justice to that matter. I know that it may not bite the way they wanted it, but of course we may allow some level of openness. On the business of Baba Jamal having to contest and not resign, all that is neither here nor there. Listen, the Constitution is clear. When the Constitution talks about partisan politics, contesting an election internally is not one of those. What it meant is when you finish, and you are now going to contest for the NDC in the main elections, which will be organized by the Electoral Commission to go to Parliament, then you have become partisan. Because anybody appointed as an ambassador who says they are not political party members, a president is appointing his members to a position and you say they should be neutral. Which neutral from where? The Constitution knew that. So it is when you decide to contest the main elections, then you are asked to step aside. So what the president did is in order. Now that he's our candidate, without prejudice, he must not retain his position as an ambassador in order to contest in the main elections. So yes, partly true, but partly false, because the premise is that it is when you are contesting the main elections, not in your internal party, hierarchy. Because the Constitution won't be nosing around and say who is who in which political party. But the moment you upscale that to the national level, then the Constitution is triggered in that respect. So,
are board members also within the same category?
Board members, yes, I think they are within the category as long as you are on a public corporation. I think you should be, yes.
You understand Hajia is on the Hajj board?
Well, those are not even boards that are so sensitive, It's just an ad hoc group that comes to work in a year of Hajj and all that, and then, go a bit silent until the next one. So it's not an active board that takes economic decisions. The reason the Constitution does some of those things, some of these people are taking economic decisions that can affect, the future of the country and even cost to the country. And there's some also are relating at international levels where you need a much more neutral entity, like if you're a foreign minister and all that stuff, or you are an ambassador, career ambassador, and you want to contest for elections, you would have to take care of. Today we have chiefs who are within our political parties who certainly support us. There's nothing wrong until they pick up a form. You remember there was a case on this matter, how much do chiefs interfere in our elections, because they were also bound by the Constitution and by their own chieftaincy act, not to engage in active politics. Active politics was discussed and defined by the Supreme Court. I will look for the case for you. And so it is not internal party issues. Finally, let's be clear on this matter. The NPP has failed Ghanaians in their own internal matters without any shadow of doubt. I can say this because we have seen several bribery allegations and corruptions in their political party as well. And nothing of that sort has been done. No whip has been cracked. He talks about sharing money. We have seen President Akufo-Addo in open funeral, collecting money and putting in his pocket, and they are distributing. How about that? How do you pretend about this and say that
Was that to induce anyone for votes?
Was Sami Jofi inducing anybody for vote when he mentioned it? We have the president of the republic who himself did it. Nothing was done, and Sami Jofi gives money to Agrada,
Traditional Ghanaian when you go for funeral, some of these things are done.
Sami Jofi, do you know where he went to? Do you know the program?
It was a funeral.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about?
Yeah,
here?
but I corrected that.
So I'm saying that that's
So
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They are disappointing Ghanaians because they don't want to be open and truthful to themselves. I was expecting that Ibrahim will call on his party to say, hey, let's follow what the NDC is doing. Can we crack the whip? Can we stop some of these things happening? Because soon they are going to go for their internal elections, and then they will be doing the same thing. I know Paul Afoko and all of them want to contest. Have you forgotten that in the last elections, when before Stephen in Tim's tenure, when Freddie Blay bought, how many pickups did he claim he bought? How many oven buses did he claim he bought for the entire the constituencies? And we calculated the money at the time, and they were in power at the time. So please, this business about trying to make it look as though the NDC is bad, we are not bad. We have seen visibly 200 and how many?
So both parties are guilty of the same thing.
275, oven buses
for each
were showcased in the open for somebody who was contesting for national chairman. You haven't done anything about this, not even a probe into it. We didn't even know where he found the money to do all of this. Then you go to Ayawaso East with a voter delegate population of only about 1,000 people, and you are telling me that they have bought, they were bought with money and TVs. What is TVs? I, on my own, last year, I gave over 40 TVs out. Last year, I have about 12 people who are on my payroll, not payroll, who I pay their university fees for. Then every semester I do it. Not because of political party. I'm not an appointee of government, but I do it. I do it. So
this
people do things.
So
and that's what I'm saying. If it has to be condemned, that's what I'm saying. If it has to be condemned, let's condemn it.
Very well.
If you are doing it for political gains, let's condemn it.
Ibrahim.
Thank you.
I wasn't taking you on. Anyway.
No problem. No problem. We're all progressing. Number 4. One that is entitled to his own opinions, but not his own facts when it comes to the Constitution. You're trying to somehow weave around the Constitution. Let's. I thank you for the question. Okay, how? Let me give you the why. I'll give you the response. This is again under Article 94(2)(b). Okay, it says this: by winning a partisan primary while still in post. Let me read it directly. Under Article 94(2)(b). A person cannot even be nominated, I'm reading the Constitution, for the main election while still holding that office. Now, I'm coming. The Supreme Court's ruling in Klossack versus Attorney General 2017, okay, says that it clarified that a public servant doesn't just need to resign after winning. They must vacate the post before engaging in the partisan activity that leads to the election. That's clear. So you cannot come and rewrite the Constitution and reinterpret it. Because what Klossack versus Attorney General did was to cure where Wanda was going.
Klossack was civil servant, specific civil servant, not public servant.
You see?
Please.
No, when you split hairs like that, it doesn't work.
But there's a difference between the two.
Yes, but it doesn't work.
It works.
No, it doesn't work.
It works. The law is not. Oh no.
You know, the law is direct.
If you want a better case, I will give you the name of the case.
I'm giving you the direct.
Which case do you have?
Yeah.
No, we have Kojuga versus.
When you want to give me
I thought I could.
That is the reality on the ground here. So as I say, you can be entitled to your own opinions, but never your own facts on the ground. He's saying regarding in terms of what we should do, clean your house and what have you. I mentioned it earlier in my submission. We can learn from the NDC. But you see, Ghana, our problem is this, Nana Tufo. When we have a problem, we create a solution, but then problems come out of that solution. Then we give up. You don't give up. What you have to do is see how you can cure those problems. Elvis was given an expanse on what I said earlier. I said 2 years. He said 3 years. Perfect. You make sure that you're in good standing. Similarly, Elvis talked about making sure that your pictures and name and data are published for public consumption. When you do that, it gives the party who wants to hold internal elections more confidence that we are having our members actually partake in this internal elections and not infiltrators. You know, so let's not give up on expanding the electoral college. It is not sustainable for both NPP or NDC if you continue in this vein. In America, even before I come to lobby for you, I know you are a registered Democrat or a registered Republican. If you decide to change your status, you can do so. Later on, it's not like once you register as MPP or NDC forever and ever. No, you can change, just like you change votes. And God willing, March 3rd, NDC will vote massively for Baba Ali. Because what they want to do to somehow remove and annul this election, I have to openly admit, I'm very happy that the NDC amidst all this confusion, you know, because again, there's some power plays. They're looking at, of course, who will lead the party later this year when they start their primaries. Fifi Kwete and others, Mahama Yarega, Asiedu Nketia, you know, we know certain camps. So if some people are fighting to remove Baba Jamal, you must know that he's not a favorite in a certain camp.
Very well.
All 16 regional chairmen signed that document saying that the elections should be annulled.
Very well.
On what basis?
Let's make progress. We spent too much time on this one subject. Let's move to the cocoa sector and the challenges that have come up. Licensed buyers are complaining, farmers are complaining, but the CEO of Cocoa Board has given some assurances that action is being taken to pay farmers, of course, and to give buyers some money to go about their business. Elvis, what really is happening in our cocoa sector?
In the cocoa sector, I've always said that we need to pay serious attention to cocoa sector, do serious reforms, okay, and make sure that those reforms benefit everybody. But it will take difficult decisions, even on the part of the farmers. But we've not had that conversation as a country. So it's a difficult thing talking about what we are facing as we speak. Currently, aside the rollover contracts that Cocoa Board is supposed to service, the price of a ton of cocoa now is 4,300 and something.
Yeah.
But the agreed FOB price that we gave the farmers was 5,000 plus. Because at the time we were agreeing the FOB price, it was 7,200 or something for a ton of cocoa. The issue here is that once we do forward sales, which is supposed to protect the farmer, so in the current circumstances, they are not supposed to lose. It should be the government that must take the losses, because that is why we do forward sales. It's in our neighboring Ivory Coast, they have actually deregulated the sector to a level. So if there is a drop, the farmers take the hit. If there's an increase, the farmers take the hit, because they are doing more of spot sales rather than forward sales that we do in this country. Ghana, having done the forward sales, was meant to protect farmers in a way that in the event that the prices drop as we see currently, because you sold the commodity ahead of time, the decline in price should not affect you. You understand it? But because Cocoa Board itself is saddled with so much debt, ability to take some of these decisions has become difficult. And since we are unable to get the syndicated loan, and now we have decided that we're going to raise money within it has become difficult to raise money within the local banks to be able to support buying. So the issue is that money that Cocoa Board should have given to the licensed cocoa buying companies to go out there and buy from the cocoa farmers and bring to Cocoa Board, the money is not coming. So the people go to take the cocoa from the farmers with the promise that they will get money from Cocoa Board and pay. But the money is not coming because Cocoa Board is no longer going for syndicated, and the local banks have not expressed interest to also do the refinancing. So financing, getting money for L business to buy and supply has become a problem. That's why the farmers are complaining. It's a major problem. But I think that about 2 weeks ago, the International Finance Corporation actually gave I think $130 million to Access Bank for on lending to the L business so they can buy cocoa from the cocoa farmers. I believe strongly that the government of Ghana should actually constitute a team of experts to look at the entire cocoa sector and come clear and say, look, we've done cocoa for this number of years. We've been selling cocoa from early stages. Government was financing. At a point, we chose that instead of government financing, government can't finance. We should go for syndicated loan. We've done syndicated loans like over 30-something years for buying cocoa. The decision not to use syndicated loan, now we have landed in this trouble. It's a whole complex of issues that sometimes the ordinary farmer cannot comprehend all the issues. So it needs a team of experts to sit down, draw up a proper roadmap for what we need to do so that the farmer understands the situation that is in. As the Ivorian farmer knows that now that the price have dropped to 4,300, he is supposed to get there. The other problem is also we should learn from this and stop politics in cocoa. If we stop politicizing cocoa matters, the farmers will have a better clue. When the previous government was given a 3,200, the current government in opposition says that 3,200 was too expensive, too cheap. They were being cheated. They have to be selling a bag for 6,000.
Yeah.
At that time, the price of cocoa was not even up to 5,000. You have come to power. The price of cocoa goes all the way to about 7,000, and now you are giving the cocoa the farmer. They even gave them just an increment of about 200 or 300 from the beginning, and later then they increase it a little bit. If we depoliticize the matters of cocoa and let the farmers understand that market forces determine and drive the prices, and therefore these are the consequences of a rise or a decrease, and then we take out politics. Then it will benefit all of us. But when you come and you also promise the farmer that me, if I were in government, even at this price, I can give you a bag for 6,000. And then now you come to power, and the price of the world market price has even gone up by the time you're promising 6,000. Yet you can't give them 6,000. Then they also say that it's government. They don't see that it's a market force issue, but rather government. Because somebody has decided to politicize it.
For his thoughts on this cocoa sector issues. Yeah.
There's been a lot of propaganda on this cocoa matter, and I don't blame the MPP. I mean, we've all seen how cocoa politics has played out, you know. But there's been a lot of distortion of fact, a lot of lies, a lot of propaganda, a lot of you know, throwing out of figures that are hitherto polished.
So what are the records as you have them?
I'm going to give you the records. Number one, we from 1947 when we decided to do our domestic, what we call domestic mechanisms of buying cocoa, where you go to the market, as it's available, you buy, like we do for all the other crops now, or whatever. By 1960, we had to do what you call having a working capital through cocoa bills. And cocoa bills here means just like you go to the bank and do treasury bills kind of thing. We tried that as well, but it wasn't sufficient, it wasn't appropriate for the industry. In 1992, we decided to go to what we call the syndicated loans. So from 92 to date is over how many years? To 2022 is 30 years.
Yeah, 30 years.
Right? By 2024 it was.
Years.
Now you are aware that in 2022 the MPP said they were not going for a syndicated loan any longer. Do you know why?
Why?
Because the syndicated loan that was taken the previous year was abused, was misused. And because it was misused, we couldn't pay back.
And even if creditworthiness was lost.
Yeah, even if we went to the market, nobody was willing to buy our to give us money to do.
Because you are not creditworthy.
Number two, we have something called rollover in the industry. So I buy this year. I tell the international partners like the syndicated group that I'm going to buy over 1 million tons. They give me money worth 1 million tons. Then the season is over and I've supplied only 700,000. The 300,000 tons left becomes a rollover. And don't forget, you have already taken money for that. And that money is sitting with Bank of Ghana or finance or with Cocoa Board. And so you owe. In basic terms, you owe. Now in 2022, when they decided not to go for the loan, they struggled to buy. From 2022 to today, when we came over to power, they handed over to us 330 tons of rollover.
330,000 tons.
Yes, 330,000 tons of rollover. Now that is debt. That's debt.
Yes, that's debt.
Why is it debt? Because you have already taken money for such.
Yeah.
Then we decided to use what they call the LBC, the license buying companies, to find the monies themselves, because government did not have the money any longer to give to them to go and buy it. How are they going to find these monies when they have also heard government itself has issued press statement, have granted interviews that we are defaulting on our loan, we are unable to pay our loan? Which bank is going to give you money to say you are going to buy?
No one will,
because they know Cocoa Board does not have the money.
Exactly.
This is where we go to the crunch, and that crunch is what caused the problem. Do you know the number of people on Cocoa Board's payroll? 18,000 people. 18,000 people on Cocoa Board. Every month, Cocoa Board has to cough out 110 million Ghana cedis to pay salaries alone. Salaries alone. In fact, in 2024, when they could not go to the market, 24, they actually went for bridge financing from the Ministry of Finance, $70 million, in order for them to be able to buy, put in the market for them to buy the cocoa. Why is the NPP suddenly waking up to tell us that we have mismanaged the Cocoa Board? All the monies that were taking, the names of syndicated loans, they spent it. They even promised that they were going to do new cocoa growing areas, 220,000 tons, acres. That did not happen. They did only 34,000 acres. And the rest of the money is gone. And that financing was given to us by the African Development Bank.
And that's also
that is also there
to pay.
Standing on the books of Cocoa Board to pay. So in the market, Cocoa Board has lost what we call credit worthiness. Nobody wants to give us very well. Now we have to look for money internally. But I can tell you that even from this year, purchases this year alone, at least government has been buying, just that we did not have enough to push as we have done in the past. And that's what is causing the challenge at the moment. The cocoa season starts somewhere in September. But in November, our first purchase, we bought 5.4 billion, 5.48 billion. In December of 2025, we are in 2026 now. December, we bought 6.4 billion. In January, we bought 5.3 billion. It is in this February that we have only done 620 million. That the crunch is coming up.
And that's where the challenge is.
Indeed, there are solutions to this.
Let me give the final 2 minutes to Ibrahim.
Thank you. Facts are sacred, Nana. Facts are sacred. 2017, when we came to power, this was the report that came out. The reports that came out in their handover notes, not opinion, their own handover notes. Joseph Adu Boahin again recounted or confirmed that in 2017, during their handover, the 1.8 billion syndicated loan for 2016-2017 had been fully exhausted. Both way, listen. But only 60% of the season's projected cocoa had been purchased. So you've used all the money. Now 40% is still left to be paid. Meanwhile, by December 2016, all the money had gone.
Exhausted. So you also inherited a rollover.
And this is their handover notes. I'm coming very quickly. Now, there was a legacy debt of 19 billion cedis, approximately at the time $4.3 billion left by NDC. Now, this included unpaid cocoa roads contracts, unpaid fertilizers of Oponi fame. I'm coming. You see, I wonder when you're talking, I just kept quiet. I took my pen and I wrote my notes.
Allow him to.
Okay. No. The facts are sacred. These are your notes, not my notes. Speak to Oponi if you're doubting.
It's not true.
When you say this, you are it's there.
Right.
I've been in government and we know what handover notes are. And I always say, look, Oponi is there. He should call in and say Ibrahim Eje is lying. Sometimes allow the facts to remain. And if you want to do your propaganda, do it. But don't
mind this propaganda.
I'm telling you the fact that you're propaganda.
What you say is true. Just as you also said, we handed over 300,000. It's a start. It's not
true. What we handed over,
administrations pass on.
I will flow. This guy. When you hit, just make your point. I will flow. You add 5 minutes on for me.
Time is up.
Mr. But you're coming. Look, in 2024, the campaign, NDC promised, and Elvis has mentioned it, that they would increase the gross free on-board price, FOB price. Yeah, pay 70%. Okay, and then I'm giving you the dates now. July 17th in Dwabaso, President Mahama reaffirmed this promise, and then October 3rd, 2025. Okay, they officially raised the price to the 58,000 that he mentioned.
That's a per ton.
Yeah, up from 33,000 because they said NPP was cheating them. Then what happened? The price crashed.
That one is
because again, NBC don't think forward. They want to pay lip service, you know, for political gain, and now that the cocoa,
forgive me, we have to leave it here. Forgive me, we would have to leave it here for now. But thank you so much. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Elvis. This has been the News Review segment on Breakfast Day.
Verna is clean, fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like click. That sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. Click, open, sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you planning to relocate from your company office or house, whether across cities to another town or halfway around the country? You want a moving company you can depend on to get you there? Let me introduce you to Logistics Movers. We are here to help you every step of the way, from planning the move to unpacking the last box and settling into your office or home. We have the expertise, experience, and market understanding and offer fast, reliable, and professional transportation services in Ghana. Our main thrust is to successfully move your business, household items safely, on time, and hassle-free. You can call us on 0246 833 539 or 0244 342 465. You can also send us an email to info@logisticsmovers.com or check our website www.logisticsmovers.com. Why expose your company or household items to theft or damages when you are relocating if it's avoidable? Logistics Movers, we help you relocate.
DSTV means getting the TV you love, but staying connected means getting something extra. Stunning. Extra matches, extra dramas, the best local and the world's biggest. Extra laughter, music, movies, and extra vim. I love it. Just stay connected or reconnect and get upgraded to the next higher package at no extra cost. Charlie, we got you. Keep watching. Get more with DSTV.
It's never selfish saying no. Rather, it's healthy. On this episode of Lifeline, we talk about setting boundaries, be it at work, in relationships, and even with family. Join Bishop Fred Kwanchimensa as he talks about how important it is to protect your peace without apology.
Welcome, my dear friends. This is Lifeline, where psychology meets theology to deal with life's complex situations. It is very important that you learn to set boundaries in order to be functional in life.
Boundaries are like invisible walls that is not meant to keep somebody out, but it's like it it ends with you where, so walls that show where you end and where I begin.
Okay.
Or where I end and you begin. Because if those ones are not there, I will walk and bump into you.
Lifeline airs on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
We are gearing up for the trip of a lifetime. Heritage Caravan 2026. From 1st to 8th March 2026, 8 days, 14 regions, 1 legendary caravan. We're touring Ghana in the most spectacular way on the Heritage Caravan, exploring the beauty, history, and stories that make our nation unique. Rolling out from Greater Accra through Eastern and OT, up north to the Northern and Upper East, and all the way to the Western region, hitting iconic destinations across Ghana. The Heritage Caravan 2026 will be fun, educative, refreshing, and most of all, remarkable. Stay connected. Follow Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM across all social media platforms for updates, and join the conversation using the hashtag Heritage Caravan 2026. The Heritage Caravan 2026 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from City FM.
And it's proudly sponsored by Holland Insurance, Piva Beverages, Omni Basic Bank, Caveman Watches, Gino, Didi Shito, Goyle, Minimi Achumo, and Admi Granite Paste. And it's supported by Nanas Rice.
Heritage Caravan 2026, experience Ghana like never before.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful Monday morning, and it's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. And as you all know, Nanatu for Watson started up the show with some politics, and I hope you enjoyed that with he and his panel. But I like to say, welcome, Philip.
Thank you, Chris. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
You
Last
good
week I heard that Anatofo say, "Oh, he's enjoying the show with you, so I should stay where I am."
But you were like, no, I have to come back and take my place.
I actually considered it. I was like, Nana, why don't you take over? I was like, you know what? You can't continue doing this.
Oh, no,
so
no.
I'm back.
No. I know why you're back, by the way.
Come again?
I know why you're back, by the way.
You know why I'm back? Oh, okay.
Because Valentine is coming.
It's the month of February. Yeah.
Valentine is
But last week I heard you say your
my
boyfriend.
Valentine is Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh,
anyway, you are watching it there.
Thank you, Lord.
Listening to Chris say that her Valentine is Jesus. But you know, it's just interesting that something is going on radio on City 97.3 FM. It's who is your boo?
Yeah. It's your boo,
your boo.
Yeah.
And I was asking
Love
whether
in the city.
it's your jolly. Yeah. So if your boo is your boo and you don't want to test who your boo really is, then you don't want to join the Branch in the City crew from 2nd and to 13th of February. It's actually in session from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Every day from Monday to Friday. So you would want to test your boo and ask whether really is your boo. I had some interesting comments, interesting things that people said on radio last week, and I was asking myself, people are really going through a lot, but there were other faithful ones too who were actually able to mention the names of their partners.
Yeah.
I don't know how. I really want to. Will you want to try it?
No.
Why?
If you ever do that to me, that means you don't love me.
Oh really? No. Sometimes I need to know my place.
You should know your place already.
I can't. No. I need to know my place.
You have trust issues.
I know, not really trust issues, but even someone said that even myself, I do not trust myself.
Wow.
So I need to be sure whether you are really the person. If not, then you see. But anyway, it's just interesting. I'm hearing interesting things, and I'm sure today on City 97.3 FM from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. you will hear some interesting things as well. So
Yeah.
you can send in your number, you can send in the name, and also you can test your boo. Is
Yeah.
your boo your boo?
But I want to say a very big thank you to our sponsors, Africa World Airline, AWA, and also 4 Points by Sheraton. Thank you so much for holding us down when it comes to love in the city. All right, so let's talk about the Eat Ghana, Build Ghana campaign. This is one of the best campaigns that I've ever seen, and it's all about promoting the Ghanaian rice. And I feel like we always need to remember, while we are buying food out there, we are also putting money into people's pockets. And since rice is one of the things that we eat a lot, we consume a lot in this country, as we're buying the rice out there, let's remember to buy the Ghanaian rice, to put money into the pockets of the people actually working hard to produce this food for us. This also helps us leave the money in the country. It grows the economy, and it's been exciting, basically. And if you can see, we have some great taglines for this, and this first one is, let your meal make a difference, choose Ghana first. I love it. And we also have Eat Fresh, Eat Ghana, and Build the Future. Fresh from our farms to your plate. There are so many more of them, but we'd like to say a very big thank you to our sponsors, our partners actually, Agri Impact Limited, MasterCard Foundation, and the 24-Hour Economy. Thank you so much for partnering with us to push this.
Chris, I'm jealous.
Why are you jealous?
Of the people who will participating in the Heritage Caravan 2026. Because yesterday I saw some pictures of our business development manager, Omani Mensabonso. He's visiting the places that these patrons or participants
are going to be enjoying themselves.
Oh Lord. And I'm asking myself, if you didn't participate in this year's, or you didn't get a chance to be part of the 2026 edition, you should be keeping the money for the 2027 edition.
At least they have a whole year to save.
Yeah.
If you start 1,000 from this March, you will get somewhere
by December. You should have about 9,000 ready. Yeah,
you'll be all right.
Yeah, you'll be
so
all right.
by January,
as soon as we break communications,
you've paid.
You've paid. Like the way people came here to pay, I was amazed, and I still can't get over it, because we just broke communication around 8, and by 3-4, sold out. So please, this year, starting from the month of from 1st of March to 8th, there's going to be 14 good regions, and trust me, these patrons are going to enjoy.
You're definitely going to enjoy yourself,
because it's actually the 10th anniversary, the 10th edition of the Heritage Caravan here, organized by Channel One TV and City 97.3 FM. So make sure that if you are not participating in this year's, because the bus got full and we are going to take off without you, prepare yourself for the 2027 edition, because if you do not come early, you are definitely not going to get a part or a slot in there. Like Chris keeps saying, if you snooze, you lose. So please don't snooze and lose. So make sure that you are going to be part of it, and we will just be urging you, like Chris indicated, that you'd want to be saving at least 1,000 Ghana cedis every month. Then when we break communication, it's not like I go to call Okofi, can you send me 1,000 or can you send me 2,000?
You just pay.
Yeah, you just pay. You just pay on your own.
Right. Anyway, still talking about, the Heritage Caravan. Remember the Channel One News app is live. Remember, the Channel One News app is live, and it's actually gives you access to all the information and news items that we have out there. So even the Heritage Caravan might be out there. You can actually follow them on the app, knowing where they are, checking out pictures and seeing the kind of things that are going on while they are on this beautiful trip around the 14 regions. So go out there and download the Channel One News Online app right on Google Play Store. It will either download it on your phone or on your tablet. So this makes it easy for you to carry around anywhere in the world that you are. As long as you have internet connection, you will stay updated with all the fresh and authentic news and information that we have for you, even entertainment. So even this whole trip, you can be watching it right on your phone.
Very interesting. And we're moving straight to Okay, so the sponsors for the Heritage Caravan, like we indicated, and also having your Channel One use app in there so you can get information. Hollard Insurance is sponsoring, very interesting one there. Omni Basic Bank, thank you so much for getting on board. Well, Good Energy, Ghana Oil Company, thank you so much for getting on board. We have this thing, Mini Me. It's also Achomo, a local Achomo. This one, so they are also on board. Thank you so much. And we also have the Admin Granite Paste. This is also an interesting one to be part of it. Also, Gino, thank you so much for being part of the sponsors, the Shitoyers. Every place that the patrons will go, they'll definitely ask you to talk to their food. And Piva Beverages, Drinks Unlimited, thank you so much for getting on board. Nana Rice, yes, Nana Rice is also on, being part of the sponsors. Caveman Watches, yes, Caveman Watches, thank you so much to all of you for being part of this event and sponsoring the Heritage Caravan 2026. That is a 10th edition. Let's move straight into the trends before we get into our communities. And Ayawaso East is actually trending. We can't take that away because over the weekend there was primary that was held there, NDC primaries actually, to see who is going to be on the ticket of the NDC for the election, the by-elections that will be held in that constituency. And there was an issue of vote buying in the area. Baba Jamal, who was part of the candidates contesting for that particular slot, was alleged to have been involved in vote buying. We've seen the OSP wade into the conversation. The presidency has also waded into it. Also the NDC, the National Democratic Congress leadership, also issued a statement. That was General Secretary Fifi Fiabikwete, stating that there would be investigations that would be conducted into the allegation. And also there was a team that was set up, that is the investigative team, that was actually led by Tusubi Kwachi. But this morning we've also gotten the information that Mahama Ayarga, who was also part of the committee, has stepped down. That means he's not going to be part of it because the NDC, that is the majority in Parliament, has also stated their grounds that, you know what, let's get the elections annulled, and definitely a fresh one should be conducted. And also the Inusa Fuseni is now replacing Ayarga on the Ayawaso East by-election, or the allegations that has been attributed to the elections that was conducted over the weekend in that particular constituency. But I'm sure we have some videos that we bring you. We don't want to talk much about it, but show you videos of what really happened there over the weekend and what really took place there over the weekend. Chris, it was just interesting that Musa Dankwa, who is with the Global Info Analytics, he is the head there, just sent a message on Facebook when the election was ongoing and indicated that some things are happening in Ayawaso East and it's going to affect data science. So he has conducted a survey, and he indicated that the woman, that is Hajia, the wife of the late Member of Parliament, will be the leader or will come out victorious. But later came out to say that it looks like something is happening within the constituency which may affect the data he put out there. And lo and behold, by the end of the day, we just saw that Baba Jamal led the election, or was able to win, with 32 votes. This was interesting. But I like the fact that with the calls that were made by the majority, by civil society organizations, because I saw Imani Africa, led by Franklin Kujo, also indicated that the election should be annulled. And now the presidency also sort of took cue from it and called Baba Jamal from his position as the ambassador in Nigeria for Ghana. And that one also brought a whole sort of conversation around that. And eventually, when before that the NDC General Secretary had issued a statement, was like, no, the party is against things of this nature, and that the party would conduct investigations into it as something to also write home about. So there are several calls that have been made, and definitely we are just saying that here we'll be bringing you all the actions that will be happening, or everything that will be happening pertaining to this particular issue that is circulating or is going around in Ayawaso East primaries that was conducted over the weekend. But we have the videos for you now. Let's bring you what people saw, for which we say that there were allegations of vote buying, the 32 inches NASCO TV.
Some delegates have received television sets, and they say it's coming from your camp. Who do you confirm or otherwise?
So if you give television sets to people, what is wrong with it when you give things to people? Is this the first time I'm gifting things to people? Those of you who know me know that every Christmas, every occasion, every instant, I have put down 2.5 million to give free loans to people. So if today you are giving, people are coming to vote and you are giving them something, you are not. It's not buying food. I speak. If you have listened to me, I say, look, if somebody gives you gifts, you can take it. But allowing that gift to influence your vote is what is wrong. It's not a gift. It's allowing that gift to influence your vote. Then it's wrong. By giving gifts all this week, you think that you can bring people together and you give them water. It is not the item. It is the intention. You understand? And I don't think that I have gone around, I've spoken to them, I've met people. And that's why I'm still saying that I'm hope and trust that they will see reason with me and come along with me.
Excellency, your timing isn't a constant.
So that was Baba Jamal there. He indicated that, well, the gifts shouldn't really influence your decision, but he, being a generous politician, would definitely give out something now, because his delegates have come out in their numbers to vote. But investigations are ongoing, and definitely we'll be bringing you all what will be happening here on Channel One TV. Investigations from the OSP side, investigations from the National Democratic Congress side as well. We're bringing you that on our network here on Channel One TV. Now let's bring you some comments, what the general public is saying about what happened at Ayawaso East over the weekend. I heard his lawyer, is that true? He should know that sharing items on election day is inappropriate. I don't understand why he's defending himself. Well, that's you saying. If Mahama no fire this one after today, I'll be disappointed. Oh, okay. You say. From smart TV to what? To boiled eggs and cash. Baba want to beat Musa Danko at all cost. Yeah, and of course he came out to with that. Musa Danko also commented on that. My honest question is, what exactly does Baba Jamal still want to achieve in life again that he has not already achieved? Well, and that question coming from you, Nuruddin. This one says that I'm giving you televisions on a day I'm asking for your votes, but the televisions are not intended to influence you to vote for me. Was he listening to himself at all? Maybe he needs an earpiece to listen to himself. Anyway, so the police go invite or what la? Well, this coming from Amua Bright. This one is asking. So, like we indicated, we will be monitoring what will be happening, and we will be bringing you what the final decision will be. We understand that the committee that was set up by the National Democratic Congress would have to submit its report tomorrow. We've seen comments from other bigwigs of the National Democratic Congress also trying to calling actually that the election should be annulled and a fresh one should be held. Will that be the position of the party, or what will be the position of the party? We'll be following up keenly, and we're bringing you action, whatever will be happening so far as this story is concerned. Chris, what more do we have?
All right, trends. So we are heading straight to international trends, and this one is coming from America. So yesterday was the NFL Super Bowl, and Bad Bunny actually made his first appearance at the Super Bowl, and he also won 3 Grammys in the past Grammy, and he's not the first Spanish let's say artist that has ever performed at the NFL Super Bowl. He's actually one of the many, but he made history by headlining it. And what was so historic about this is that he brought Puerto Rico to the stage. He brought Puerto Ricos to the stadium. The whole stadium was cladded in everything Puerto Rican. It made the whole place look like he was in Puerto Rico. There was grass and other things that made the whole area look like where he was born. And what makes this historic is that apart from him being the headliner, there were other Spanish artists that passed through. So it was like a whole Spanish performance that whole night. We had people like Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, and Pedro Pascal that were on stage. Even a real live couple exchanging their vows on stage. So it was more like a wedding yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so after the performance, they actually let these people, you know, exchange vows, and their wedding happened on the stage. And also, what made it interesting is that because it was a whole Spanish performance, it had to remind America that America is not just an English country. There's also a part of America that speaks Spanish. Do you understand? And we have Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is actually a country still under America. So their president is Donald Trump, but they speak Spanish.
This song, the Bella Ciao song, is
Spanish,
right?
Yes.
Okay.
So and he's from Puerto Rico, so that means he is very American. And this is all coming on the light of where America is going through so many immigration problems, like we've been seeing on screen with the issues of ICE and Donald Trump and trying to catch immigrants and all that. So this was sort of like a message to them, to let them know that America is not just made of, you know, pure white people. We also have Spanish Americans that are real Americans.
I actually heard America is no man's country.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost everywhere.
Yeah. So on that note, of course, we should expect something from Donald Trump.
Of course.
He came out to tweet and say that this was the most horrible one that he's ever seen, the most horrible halftime show that Super Bowl he has ever seen in America. So as you can read there, the Super Bowl halftime show is absolutely terrible, one of the worst ever. It makes no sense. It's an affront to the greatness of America and doesn't represent the standards of success, creativity, and excellence. Nobody understands a word this guy is saying. You see, that's the problem. He expects everybody to speak English, but there's also a part of America that is Spanish, and I'm sure he doesn't even realize that he's the president of Puerto Rico, because Puerto Rico is still under America and Puerto Rico speaks Spanish.
Wow.
So it's weird for a president not to know that there's a part of the country that is still very much Spanish.
I want to know if Trump is there. He handles his ex.
Yeah, he does.
Account.
No, he does sometimes.
He does himself.
Yeah, he does sometimes. He does sometimes. He said nobody understands what this guy is saying, and the dancing is disgusting, especially the young children that are watching from throughout in the USA and all over the world. This show is just a slap in the face of our country, which is setting new standards and record every single day, including the past stock market and 401ks in history. This is nothing inspirational about the mess of a halftime show, and watch. It will get great reviews from the fake news media because they haven't had a clue of what is going on in the real world. And by the way, the NFL should immediately replace its ridiculous new kickoff rule. Make America great again. President J. Donald Trump. So this was also the same rant that he went on with when it came to the Grammys.
Trump.
Because a lot of artists came on the stage. A lot of artists came on the stage to actually talk about, you know, what he was doing with ICE. And a lot of people were against it. So this kind of outroar is also the same thing that he had on the Grammy. So it was expected. It was expected.
Ah, interesting. Donald Trump. Anyway, that said, let's come back to Ghana. A rather sad one. Ebo Taylor has passed on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the legendary Ghanaian guitarist and composer died on. Okay, yeah. So before we check that one,
yeah,
we
let's
have
bring your comment on that.
Let's check out comments from the issue of Bad Bunny. Given the political climate, I truly believe Bad Bunny gave the greatest halftime show of all time. And I think so, because a lot of people say this was one of the most
Best,
watched
yeah.
after that of Kendrick Lamar. Did I understand a single word of it? I did not. Was it a vibe? It was. Benito got it, and Lady Gaga and Ricky Martin feature. Definitely wasn't on the bingo card. Loved it. Also, Cardi B and Pedro Pascal were at the front of the Little House. Ah, this was good. So it was definitely all Spanish for Cardi B to be part of it.
Yeah.
Beautiful production, but the fans were not enjoying it like that. I now understand why some people were against his performance. How do they even set up the stage during the halftime? This looks like a whole work. Like I said, he brought Puerto Rico to the stage.
But also, do you think that if these people or Bad Bunny himself should sit down and analyze what Trump has said, it could be that there is more room for improvement?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Because Trump is not coming from a place of creativity. Trump is coming from a political place because of the fact that even Bad Bunny has come out to openly speak against what he's doing with ICE and immigrants, because he used the stage of the Grammy to do that. A lot of artists use the stage of the Grammy to actually speak against it. So it was not just Bad Bunny, but even the white artists came out to speak against it. So he did the same thing by criticizing the Grammy and telling them that this was one of the worst shows, that you should not allow people to use your stage to, you know, speak against his, you know, his policies.
So it looks like if you come against him,
if you come against him, after him, everything you do is not creative.
Uncle Trump. Anyway, so we're moving away from that and to a rather sad one that we started that had to do with the legend Ebo Taylor, and he passed on February 7, 2026 at Southbourne Hospital, and this was confirmed by the family and the Musician Union of Ghana, that's Musica. And Ebo Taylor shaped high life music over 6 decades, blending Ghanaian traditions with jazz, funk, and Afrobeat influences from his time in London alongside Fela Kuti. So when you listen to Ebo Taylor's music, you feel Fela Kuti in there. This is an interesting one. His album like Love and Death are tracks sampled by Usher and Black Eyed Peas, and global acclaimed and tributes poured in from artists like Manifest producers calling him a king and a pioneer. And definitely he is, because he really did well in the industry. We say may his gentle soul rest in perfect peace. And we also say that our legends who have passed on, may their gentle souls rest in perfect peace. But we have comments on that. Let's bring you that. We lost a king today. Rest in power to the great Ebo Taylor.
The world has lost a true legend, a titan of African music. Rest in peace, Uncle Ebo Taylor. Your incredible artistry and legacy will always shine bright and live on.
Okay.
Ebo Taylor, thank you for being a light to me and to the world. And true legends never die till we meet again.
Again, yeah.
A big tree has fallen, yes, Wafa Ebo Taylor. This man, the man, his music and vibes infected all of us indeed, sending light and love to our fam king You did it your way. What a way to fly.
To
go though.
Yeah.
And
bless you for this.
Hashtag State Burial at Mensa. Bless you for this. Panji, enough. Big cool music. And I think this is from Reggie Roxton, so obviously he had to tag his people.
He has to tag all his people. So may the gentle soul of Ebotela rest in perfect peace. So in all the listenings you do today, your song, you will want to listen to one or two of Ebotela's songs so that we will definitely give our legend that honor that he deserves. Let's bring you the video of the day. Then we move straight into our communities.
God have mercy upon us. God have mercy upon us. God have mercy upon us.
AI is really doing a lot because I don't know who will wake up in the morning and will try flying like that and just, well, just to put smiles on your face. And we start the show. We go straight into our communities, but we take a quick break here. When we come back, we have more for you. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One TV. Stay with us. We're back with more.
The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel One Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of The Point of View.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support.
Okay.
There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issue.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
In a nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Sanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
Yes, I am Umaru Sanda Amadou. This is Face to Face, and you're welcome.
I say very often on the floor of Parliament that when we were in government, we got some things right, we got some things wrong.
Are you still planning to go to Parliament, or you want to look at National Party office position?
No, I'll be going back to Parliament. There's an unfinished business which I need to do.
Sports has three legs: development, management, and promotion.
Disintegration is extreme. We do not wish that even on your worst enemy.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel One TV.
We're grateful that you stay with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel One TV. Now, let's move into our communities. There is an issue water shortage problem that is happening in the Ewutu Senya East municipality. It started in a part of the Greater Accra region. Now it's moved to the Central region. We were talking about it extensively here on the show when it happened in the Greater Accra region, in parts like Teshi, Manette area, Spintex, and all other places.
East Legon
Hills. Oh, you also don't have water.
But I've told you I've not had water for a year.
And have you contacted the Ghana Water Limited, because the
yes,
public relations officer?
I did, and you would not want to know what the man said to me.
What exactly did they tell you?
Madam, let's look at this year. I called him in December because I was really. Even last week, I tried to call him with the producers for themselves to actually hear. He said, "Okay, Nyamibe."
Okay, so there's a big problem there. We've spoken to our correspondent who is in the Central region, Akwesi Ado, to also tell us what is happening in the area. You also understand that in that same area, water hasn't been flowing from like 2020, 2021. The MC for the area, Banini, went around recently to state that, well, there is some work going to be done to fix the problem. Before that, there was an issue of the shutting down of the Kwenyako treatment plant, which we understand that part of it is now working and is serving some communities within the Central region, but we are yet to know exactly what is happening with people within the Ewutu Senya East municipality. So we'll be joined shortly by our correspondent Akwesi Ado, who actually is going to tell us what is happening in this particular area. And also, we'll be asking him a lot of questions. We'll also be speaking to the authorities, and we'll also be finding out from them what really the plan is for the people of Kaswa. Because when it happened in Greater Accra region, Teshi to be specific, the national security had to go there and supply the people water.
Yes.
Water is a necessity.
It's a necessity.
Yes,
it's a need.
It's a need, and you wouldn't want to stay without it for a very long time. We asked several questions that people who are staying without water, children have to go to school, people have to cook, people have to take their bath,
you have to wash your clothes.
You have to wash your clothes. So
you have to keep your environment clean with
water. Yes. So it's not a luxury. It's a needed commodity that really has to be gotten in all communities. So we'll be crossing over shortly, and we'll be giving you all the updates on that with what our correspondent will be telling us, our Central Regional correspondent Akwesi Ado, who is joining us now. Akwesi, good morning.
Good morning.
We trust you are doing well.
Very well. Hope you are too.
We are doing great. Over the weekend or last week, we saw that the municipal chief executive for Ewutu Senya East has gone round to inspect the treatment plant at Kwenyako, and he also indicated that there are plans for the water shortage issue in Ewutu Senya East to be resolved. What can you tell us? How is the issue like? The challenge? Paint a picture for us. What really is happening within the Ewutu Senya East municipality so far as water is concerned?
Okay. Thank you very much, Felix. Before I proceed, kindly permit me to do this. Mrs. Evelyn Binding is a lecturer at Calf University and an ardent viewer of this particular show. She has asked me to say hi to you and then Chris on her behalf.
Oh, thank you.
Now let me begin by saying that the water supply challenge within the Ewutu Senya East municipality, that is Kaswa and its environs, is not something new. That is something that has lingered on for a very long time. And I can say authoritatively that there are some communities within the municipality that has never had water running through the pipes, like Ofako, UNCT, TV3, and then other communities. I cannot remember the last time the people there received water through the taps. And even the areas that receive water through the taps also, you can only receive water sometimes in 2 weeks. You would receive it on the day. Sometimes it take you a whole month or even two before water would run through the pipeline. And so this is something that is really of a major concern to not just residents only, but business owners as well. Because people are now relying on these tanker services, and the kind of water that these tanker services supply, the wholesomeness is also questionable, because you are not even able to trace the particular source of that particular water they are bringing you, yet at an exorbitant rate. So in Kaswa here, the average tanker would charge you between 400 and 450 Ghana cedis, depending on where they are able to source the water from. And so imagine if you are buying 2 in a week, or if a business is buying 2 or 3 tanks in a week. It means that it runs into several thousands of Ghana cedis, and this is something that residents are really struggling to cope. As of now, there has not been any official communication or response as to the reason why residents are facing this particular challenge, except to say that Kaswa takes water from Kwanyako. So a section of the Kaswa municipality is fed by the Kwanyako treatment plant, and then another part of the area is also served by the Weza. So the main issue is coming from the Kwanyako treatment plant.
In which I want to ask you this question, because we know last year there was an issue with the headworks or the waterworks area, that is Kwanyako, that it was shut down. Has it resumed, or has operations on there resumed? And we also know that it was due to Galamsey. Will you say that the Galamsey menace has also been kept to the extent that that particular treatment plant is working?
So last year, the Kwanyako water treatment plant resumed operations, but partially, because they had about 4 suction pumps. And then when the pumps broke down, they were able to install just 2. And then these 2 was installed not in the deep of the river, but on the shallow part. And so it means that the plant is not running fully. And so definitely supply is also going to be reduced. But you see, there is a main distribution line that runs from Kwanyako through to Awutu Bojiase, then to Kaswa Fako, and then its environs. We've heard that there was a little bit of a challenge on that particular line. But then also, we cannot tell whether it's just because of that particular fault that is denying the people water.
So there was a challenge because due to what? Is there road construction that is ongoing there? What exactly brought the
road
issue?
Construction in the area, but the Ghana Water Limited has not communicated on what specifically the challenge is. But you see, Ofako is the traditional capital of the Awutu Senya East municipality. This is an indigenous community, quiet, populous, and then its sub-communities are also fast developing. Pipelines have been laid in the entire community, but there's not been a single drop of water running through these pipelines. And so people living in Ofako, J River, and then other communities like Aliko are now relying on the services of, water tanker suppliers. And this is something that is not sustainable. And then there is another line that runs through Kwanyako, through to Awutu Breku, and then to Kaswa. Now we do know that the N1 highway, that is the Kaswa-Winneba stretch, is under massive redevelopment. That has affected the main distribution line. Now it's been condemned completely. The pipe, that line is yet to be replaced. And so until that line is replaced, it means that residents are still not going to get water. Apart from particular community that take supply from the Weida Dam.
Okay, so as we speak now, the people within the areas you mentioned rely solely on water tankers, and they do not have water flowing to their taps. Did they tell you that they still pay water bills? We want to ask the Ghana Water Limited of this, but since you are a report on the grounds, maybe you've spoken to the residents and they've told. Did they tell you that they still pay water bills?
Even though water is not running through taps, residents are still paying their bill, because at the end of the month, the Ghana Water Service would still present a bill, and that bill would contain some service charges, and you are bound to make payment of those bills. Other than that, you are going to be disconnected. And the areas that are undergoing rationing also, you would have to keep vigil, so that in case the tap begins to flow in the night, you would be able to fetch and then store enough water that will take you through maybe a number of days until you would have to, call on the tanker services. Like I indicated earlier on, about a year ago, we traced some of the water sources where these tanker services rely on, and they are completely unwholesome. So, for instance, there is this quarry site in Opeikuma. There is a shallow, I don't know how to describe it, but that particular water source is very shallow. And then when we got there, it had animal excreta. Animals were drinking from it, and yet there were quite a number of water tankers that were drawing water from that particular source. And these people would tell you that, look, what we are bringing to you is pipe-borne water. And so you may not even want to treat it before using it for whatever purpose. You just use it because the tanker guy has told you that, look, this is a pipe-borne water. And you recall that just about 2 months ago, we did a story here on Channel 1 TV where the Kaswa MCG said Sabase Wunubanini closed down a water facility where this individual was tapping from the Ghana Water Limited and then mixing it with a well that has not been treated and then selling to people as pipe-borne water. So people are more likely to get infected. The situation got worse at some point that the Kaswa sector of the Ghana Union Traders Association leadership had to visit the district office of the Ghana Water Limited to seek answers as to why they are not receiving water.
Okay.
Since that particular visit, there hasn't been any reliable information from the district office of the Ghana Water Limited as to what is even being done about the situation and when residents expect to have water running through their taps 24/7.
Akwesi, thank you so much for your time. Akwesi is our Central Regional correspondent here for Channel 1 TV, and he's telling us what is happening within the Owutu Senya East municipality so far as water is concerned. He spoke about it extensively, and he told us that even the Ghana Union of Traders Association, GUTA, the vice president or the leadership there in the municipality, has tried asking questions as to why they are not receiving water, and people relying solely on tanker service as well. Is this interesting? But you said you also pay water bill.
Yeah, you have to pay
it's
water
bill.
bills. Yeah,
why are they doing this to you?
You have to pay water bills because the time they brought the bills to me, the bills to me, I was like, what is this for? Because I've not seen water in 6 months. What exactly is this for? Oh, he was like, oh, madam, it's service charge. Well, it's not much, but you still have to pay service for. So I told them, please never ever bring a bill to me again for a service that I'm not getting, because I don't know why. What's the service charge for? For not having water?
Wow.
And they literally tell you this is for a service charge. You know that we are still running as a company, so yeah, everyone still needs to pay. But I'm not seeing the water. So why are you still charging me? Even if it's one peswa, I don't think it's fair, because we have to suffer and pay the guys who bring water. That's the tanker guys. And sometimes 2 days, 3 days, because they have to go far to look for the water. And like he said, sometimes you don't know where the water is coming from. But this even just blew my mind right now, because They have seen the tanker guys fetching water from places that we don't even see.
Oh, okay.
You see?
That's also another issue that we will have
It
to
is
talk about,
scary.
because sometimes where the tanker people are bringing the water from,
We don't
is
know.
also another
You
issue
see,
to
we never
discuss.
know. We never know. All we get is the end product because we don't know the hassle they go through. But when you speak to them, they'll tell you, oh yeah, there's no water in Medina, so we are going here, we are going there. But do we know where it's coming from? No. Do we know the condition of the places that it's coming from? No. But you see what he just explained? The animals were drinking from there too.
Well, this
So now this is even
interesting.
scarier.
Yeah,
At this point, I'm thinking. So that's why I don't even cook with the water from the tank. I like to cook with pure water because I don't know where it's coming from.
This is interesting, but the way he mentioned it, there's Akwesi Adwa, correspondent, made mention of the fact that this has been there for years. I had a phone call with him as well, and he said that this has been there from 2020, 2021. So there are answers that we may need to get from the Ghana Water Limited. There may be a challenge. Which challenge they would have to tell us. That is the public relations department head by Stanley Mate, or probably the DG of the area of the company would have to also tell us. That is the MD would have to tell us what really is happening. Recently we had him on radio. He stated a number of things, that the challenges they are really going through, people using water and not paying, people bypassing the meter, and a number of things that they are also spoke about extensively, and the challenges they are facing as a company. But it's just interesting that the Konyaku water treatment plant that was shut down last year has resumed work, but not fully, and is serving part of the central region, and we are just hoping and praying that some form of work will be done for it to serve the entire place. But we'll still be following up on what really the issue is when it comes to the people of Owutu Senya East not getting water, Kaswa and its environs. But like earlier, like I stated, what happened in Greater Accra region, Teshi.
Yeah, we saw the Teshi, and we actually reported that.
People went rushing in for water, and like we've been saying on the show here, water is
life.
It's life. You wouldn't want to stay a day without water. So everything you'd want to do, you definitely need water. But once the MCE has also visited the treatment plant to also say that some form of work is being done about it, we will just hold him to account, and we will holding him to his words that whatever has been done by the government side for water to flow through taps will be done. Another key issue that was raised by the Ghana Water Limited some time back is the numbers increasing.
Yeah.
So we have population growth. People are now building. People are connecting water into their homes. People are now tapping in their pipelines so that they can get water to their homes. But you wouldn't have everybody being served because they have limited production, but there is a very huge demand for that same commodity. Among other issues with galamsey, with sanitation. We spoke to the chairman of the Water and Sanitation Committee of Parliament, I think, Oti Bless, who said that though we are talking about illegal mining having a toll on our water bodies, sanitation is also having a very big toll on our water bodies, because you would go to villages or areas that we rely solely for water, for potable water, and the place is filthy. You can see rubbish all over in that particular river or the water body, and it's having a toll on how the Ghana Water Limited will now have to go ahead and now transform that polluted water into what you want to see in our home. So I think that if something has to be done about it, it has to be like a holistic approach.
Yeah.
It has to be
a 360
thing. 360
thing.
thing. So residents are doing the needful. People would be moving away from the illegal things by way of getting water. And also when we are paying the money, Ghana Water Limited, you also have to provide the water, because like we've been saying here, we don't know how people would want to stay without water. But we are just hoping and praying that we get other individuals to also speak to on the show. The vice chairperson for Guta Kaswa, Henrietta Otu, is also on the line, because when our correspondent spoke, he made mention of that the leadership Guta in Kaswa really moved in to ask questions why they are not getting water. This is also having a toll on their trade. But Henrietta Otu, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I trust you are doing well.
I am.
Tell us about the water situation in Kaswa. We understand that you've moved to the Ghana Water Limited in the area to ask why you don't have water flowing to your taps.
Yes. We visited the Ghana Water Company at Kaswa branch to ask why the problems with water issue in Kaswa here. So, first of all, we visited the fire service, and the fire service said the problem is with the hydrant. So we had to move to the water company. When we went, they also told us that they have enough water, but the illegal connection of other people, citizens, are the things that are causing the water issue. So that's what they told us.
So did they actually state to you that there are plans to address the illegal connection, and did they say that you'll be getting water by this particular date or this particular time?
Well, not really. But then they said they get the source of water from Wager, but the Wager is not so much. So they also get it from Konyakun. So Kaswa Municipal here, we have two sources of water supply, which is Wager and Konyakun. So they will be working on it, but we're still waiting. Nothing is actually happening.
Wow. Now let's go to the impact this is having on you and maybe your members and your trade. How is this affecting your people and yourself?
I mean, you can imagine if you live without water. Let me start even from school children. If you have to go to school early in the morning and you have to wake up to go and look for water. And in Kaswa here, also municipal here, we have issues with waking up early in the morning and probably meeting bad guys to attack you. Therefore, you can't even wake up early to go for water. So you'll have to wait till the day break. So it makes the children even to go to school very late. And then because the water doesn't flow, sometimes 3 weeks, 1 month, then you have to fall on the water tankers. The source at which the water tankers also get the water from, you may not know. Hence, we have typhoid and then cholera outbreak over here. So the effect and the cost is just too much on us over here.
Oh. So this has lasted for how long? Because our correspondent also mentioned that per what he was told, started about 2020, 2021. Is that the same situation you also faced? For how long has this also been in there?
Nothing has actually changed because they claim the population here is big. So they do this sort of sharing. They'll have to be sharing. They open from one angle, then the next time they go to another angle and all that. If you ask me, nothing has changed.
Okay.
It's still the same for some years now.
But with the sharing, were they constant with it? Was there like a schedule that they follow?
If we are to say within the week, if I should get water within 3 days, and then my next person also gets water within 3 days, I think we can manage with that. But sometimes 3 months, a month, 3 weeks, and more.
Wow.
Yes.
So there's no constant schedule. That's what you're saying?
No. Okay. Especially in the Kaswa community and its environment.
But after you had a conversation with the officials at the Ghana Water Limited in Kasoa, are you seeing any light at the end of the tunnel, which to say that, do you think that there will be any solution to the problem we are facing?
I guess yes, but we've not seen it, so I can say that nothing is actually working.
Again, with the water tankers, how much do you buy say water for, and for how long does it take for the tanker drivers to bring the water to your abode or to where your trade is?
So, for instance, we are in water scarcity. We all know we are facing the Harmattan challenges now. So, in terms of such conditions, you call the water tankers and they will be coming. I will be coming. Sometimes it takes a day or two, sometimes 3 days. And also the cost involved, it depends on the size of the tanker. Some goes for 300, 400 Ghana cedis and beyond. If you have a large family, within a month, you've consumed it. If you have a smaller family, you can imagine. So that's how it goes.
Okay. Before you take leave of us, is there any plea you would make to the government to find a lasting solution to your problem, now that you've stated what really the problem is?
I'll ask the government to have mercy on us, because we are all citizens of Ghana and we both need to enjoy what Ghana has. And so therefore we are begging for the institutions that are concerned to come to our aid, for we are suffering.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Henrietta Otu is the Vice Chairperson Guta in Kasoa, that is within the Ewutu Senya East Municipality, and she has also added her voice to the concerns raised by residents there, and that has also been confirmed by our correspondent Akwesi Ado, who is within the area. And also we are just hoping and praying that the government will do the needful. But one thing that Henrietta mentioned when we visited the office at the Ghana Water Limited was illegal connection.
Yeah.
Illegal connection. So if you and I know the Ghana Water Limited under the then MD Brima visited places to ask or check why illegal connection is on the rise and what really can be done about it, and people who are owing the company. But anyway, the Municipal Chief Executive for Ewutu Senya East is joining us. That is Seth Saba Banini. He is joining us to tell us what really he has found out as the Municipal Chief Executive for the area, and what really the plans are to resolve the issue. Good morning, Honorable.
Good morning.
I trust you are doing well.
By God's grace, we are keeping well.
Thank God. First of all, let me find out from you. What have you found out from the grounds? You being the Municipal Chief Executive, once water supply is concerned in the area.
Very well. Thank you so much, and a warm good morning to all our cherished viewers across the globe. I have found out a few things. You know, Kasoa, per the topography of our area, that in itself poses a challenge to the water distribution system within the municipality. And so we fall in between two distribution lines, that is from the Accra West 2, that is the Wager supply treatment plant, and then the Kunyaku plant. The Kunyaku plant has two lines into our municipality, one through the Bojiasi Road, okay, and second through the Winneba Road. Okay. As we speak, because of the major road construction on the Kasoa, Winneba or Kasoa Cape Coast Road, most of the major pipelines that does the supply from the Winneba enclave towards the municipality have been truncated because of the road construction. And so a lot more pressure is now on the Bojiase Road that is coming from Kunyaku, where I visited together with our engineers there district water engineers and the community water people, we realized that the pipelines that are currently servicing the area, the population that we have now have grown more than the supply can take. And so, one, there is a need for management of the water company to relook at the aligned system. What is happening now is that community water offtake load from the Kunyako water plants, and per the agreement, community water distribute to residents. And we also realized that the distribution from community water ends around a place we call Papase number 1 and number 2. And then towards Ofako, the Ewutu Senya East Municipal starts from Okulu Kwanta. Towards this side, we do not get the flow because of, one, the small nature of the pipes there, and then also the various boosters along the line, which we believe are obsolete and needs to be changed. And so at our visit, we first visited the Community Water District Office in Korea to find out if it was going to be possible for them to strike a deal with the Ghana Water Company so that their already laid lines could be used to distribute water to our people. And I must say that areas within my municipal that are entirely cut out for about 6 years now happens to be Ofako, Otames electoral areas, Aquile electoral areas, and a bit of Datus. When you go towards the main road from Accra, Jomes also has a little of the issue because of the pipeline. We've had discussions on this. And so our visit to the community water and Kunyako was to understand what the situation is, see how best we can partner with them, and also have top management conversations with head office to address this problem immediately. As we do this, we as a municipality have taken up steps to augment the situation by constructing a few boreholes to address the issue. As I speak with you now, a total of 15 boreholes have been earmarked. 5 of them are at various levels of completion at strategic places. We are looking at communities that are cut out, that are in their need of water. We have positioned some there. Out of the 5 that are at various stages of completion, the 10 that are coming will also go on to look at other areas that are cut out or that do not have water supply, so that we keep the engagement with the top management to address the issues.
So you made mention of 15 boreholes, 5 at various stages of completion, 10 will also be coming up. Will you want to share with us which areas you would be having these boreholes constructed, and also where the 5 are? Because some of the residents also complain that they are not sure where the tanker drivers do get the water from, which they have also indicated that it's sometimes very unhealthy for them to consume. So where are you constructing these 15 boreholes, the 5 that are at various levels of completion, if you can also share with us?
All right, thank you so much. The 5, we have the first one at Ofako Chief Palace. That is, it is within the heart of the traditional authority in Ofako Chief Palace. And the second one is situated at Aquile Adum Estate. The third is located at the Iron City. That is another electoral area, Iron City, and that is situated at the health center, accessible to the community. The fourth is at the Dr. Jesus Health Center. That is also accessible to the community. And then the fifth is at Walantu electoral area, a place we call Shaributu, or near the underground mosques. It's also accessible to the community. These are the 5 that are at various stages of completion. The 10 that will be coming will go to different parts of Ofako, different parts of the municipality, that also, per our feasibility, are struggling. We intend to distribute this evenly to make it more accessible to our people, such that you will not have to shuttle a long distance before you can get access to it. And also, I think your colleague in the studio did mention something, that because she cannot confirm the sources of the water she buys. I buy water myself to consume it at home.
Okay.
She rather want to cook with the pure water.
The sachet water.
That's good, but I also want to raise the attention of the FDA to carry out a vigorous exercise at these places that produces water. That is the sachet water for the public. You will realize that most of the mother companies have franchised their business to other people who produce this water under no supervision and under very rough condition. The only thing that makes it special is that it is being bagged in a sachet. So we tend to think that once it's bagged in a sachet, it is clean, it is devoid of purity. FDA needs to move to the ground to ascertain where these water are coming from. Sometimes we get reports that people are bagging sachet water right at their homes, and they connect water right from their roof into a reservoir. They get this machines and they bag them. All these things are iffy. But I believe that majority of these concerns will be addressed if the Ghana Water Company is able to step in and then do the necessary investment. I must say it is a huge investment on the part of government to address this. We were marveled to look at get the numbers that the Kunyako plant produces, yet we are unable to meet the demand needs. It calls for huge investments into the water system. And I must say, Kasoa is a place that is ever growing. Our data shows that at least 40 families move together. Yesterday, I was driving through town. I mostly drive through town in the evening to look at what the situation is in terms of sanitation, how the municipality is faring. I drove right behind a Kia truck full of household effects, and the indication is that they are moving in to settle. At least 40 people get to move in to settle at Kasoa every week. That's what the data says. It might go up or it might reduce, but at least we have 40 people. Looking at this number and the rate at which our municipality is growing, it calls for increase in the investment of every social amenity and intervention, just so that we'll be able to strike a good balance.
Beautiful. Honorable, thank you so much for your time. Unfortunately, our time is up, and we just have to let you go. We'll be having this conversation again. We'll be keeping our eyes on it, what is happening within the Owutu Senya East municipality so far as water is concerned. That is the municipal chief executive for Owutu Senya East, said Saba Banini, who made mention of some measures being put in place to address the water situation within the municipality. But trust us here on Channel One TV, Breakfast Daily, since we are moving to communities, we will definitely go there again and bring you updates from that community. Stay with us here. We're back with more on the show.
Someone to call my own. This February, the month of love, Brunch in the City brings you Love in the City, a warm celebration of romance, connection, and heartfelt moments. From sweet confessions to unforgettable surprises, Love in the City creates space for love to be felt, shared, and celebrated. Love is in the air, and this Valentine's season, hearts are taking center stage. But the big question remains, is your boo truly your boo? Well, join us from 2nd February to 13th February on Brunch in the City, and let love lead the conversation. Love in the City. Let's put love to the test. Only 97.3 City FM. Love in the Fearless City 2026 is powered by City FM with support from Channel One TV and is proudly sponsored by Africa World Airlines. Africa World Airlines, touching Africa, touching world, and 4 Points by Sheraton.
Bestie, meet my lovely family.
We can do that whilst I'm seated and eating. Let me put on the food before we eat.
He will be here for days, and I only find out at a family dinner on the day that he arrives.
Morning, family.
Everything in my kitchen is actually gone.
You know, in the UK, I work like a donkey, but here, I eat like a monkey.
My noodles just vanished like a spirit had branch.
He finished my slightly burnt oil rice.
Half a crate of eggs cannot just poof, disappear.
Good morning,
Lesa, have you by any chance gone to the kitchen?
Madam, unless the kitchen works to be my sleep, you are there in the kitchen.
If I die, wouldn't you serve food at my funeral?
Hey! Heaven save us! Now what's
Bestie.
Away! Dad, I'm sure he's gone.
Good morning!
I thought you were gone.
The Blanksing family is here. The vibe is too much.
All right, welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel One TV, and now we're about to have an interesting conversation. And of course, it's about your health and also other things that you need to know when it comes to some other forms of surgery. Today, we're going to be looking at laparoscopic surgery. What is laparoscopic surgery? Who needs to have a laparoscopic surgery? And everything that you might, want to know about laparoscopic surgery. I know some of you must have heard it before, and some this is your first time just hearing it. If this is your first time just hearing it, you just sit down and let's enjoy this conversation. And if you've heard it before, maybe there are new informations that you'll be hearing for the first time right here on this show. So sit back and relax as we get into a conversation with Prof. Jonathan C.B. Dakuba, CEO of Ming Tuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center, and he's a consultant surgeon at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. How are you, sir? You're welcome.
I'm fine.
It's nice to have you on the show.
Thank you very much.
Every time we see your ads, Ming Tuba Hospital, Ming Tuba Hospital. So now you are here yourself.
But before we go into the health issue and all that, share with us the meaning of Ming Tuba.
Ming Tuba.
Yeah.
Okay. Ming Tuba is a Dagari word.
Okay.
Ming is God.
Okay.
In Dagari, Mau Nyami. And Tuba follows them.
Yeah.
So Ming Tuba means God follows them. Divine shepherd.
Right.
Beautiful.
That's good. That's
Beautiful.
good. All right. So let's get straight into the conversation. What is laparoscopic surgery?
Yes, laparoscopic surgery is a minimally invasive surgery where we access the areas that we operate upon using very small cuts, passing instruments into the cavity and operating, as opposed to the open surgery where we have to make a big cut on the abdomen or in the chest or in the head to go and operate. So laparoscopic surgery is minimally invasive, and we just enter with 5 millimeter, 10 millimeter openings into the abdomen, and then we operate.
All right. So what are the benefits of this surgery? I mean, you've talked about minimal invasive. What are other benefits of this surgery?
Yes, since history, man has tried to find a simpler way to enter the abdomen because of the benefits of it. For example, we could be operating inside somebody and we're going to make only a 5 or 6 centimeter incision, and that is all we're going to do inside. And yet, you have to make a very big cut on the abdomen, about 30 centimeters. It's not warranted. So the benefits of laparoscopic surgery is that, first, the pain that you are going to get from the big wound in your abdomen has been taken away. the healing and the problem actually with the healing that would have occurred with a big incision has been taken away. The blood loss in this surgery is reduced. The risk of infection is reduced, including the risk of complications. For this reason, the patient recover very fast and go home. For example, if a patient underwent the same surgery open, he may be admitted for 10 days in the hospital. Laparoscopic surgery, 2 to 3 days time, they go home.
Yeah.
So those are the benefits of laparoscopic surgery. And they return to work quickly too.
So which organs or diseases are this particular surgery used for?
Yes, once we're able to enter the abdomen, you can operate on any organ at all. But in some of them, the development of the scale is still ongoing. So the common organs that we operate on are the stomach, the gallbladder, the spleen, the kidney, the adrenal gland, the large intestine, the uterus, and the ovaries. So these are the ones that we operate on currently with the laparoscopic surgery.
Right. So the uterus and the ovaries also, that means includes obviously issues like fibroids.
Yes, gynecological surgeries are done laparoscopic now.
Right. Okay. So what are the limitations of this surgery?
Yeah, certainly it has limitations. Once you don't have direct access to the abdomen, it's a challenge.
Yeah.
So you need to be very skilled to do laparoscopic surgery. Because you don't have direct access to the abdomen. So if the person suddenly is bleeding, you have to be very fast, put everything aside and open to go and stop the bleeding, because the person can bleed to the limitation.
Okay.
The other limitation is that it cannot be used for very huge tumors.
Right.
Because the instruments are fine. It's a 5 millimeter instrument you're pulling inside, very thin. So if the tumor is big, it's very difficult to lift it. And when the tumors are fixed. So that is why we advocate that we should present early, we should screen and find diseases, then they can benefit from this kind of surgery.
Wow. This is interesting. But with this particular surgery, Chris mentioned limitations. Are there some contradictions when it comes to doing the surgery?
Yeah, surely there are contraindications.
Okay,
contraindications when you cannot do it.
Okay.
You cannot do it. For example, I've spoken about a large tumor. If you have already diagnosed a large tumor, you have to let the patient understand that.
Sorry, we can't do it.
Yes. If the person has undergone multiple abdominal surgeries, you see, when
you say multiple,
which should be like CS.
Yeah, anytime they open the abdomen, multiples of them. 1 or 2 is okay, but more than 2 surgeries in the abdomen, it may be a contraindication.
Not to do the laparoscopic.
Yes, it's because when we are entering the abdomen, you see, when the abdomen has operated several times, we have what we call adhesions. They are like cobwebs that hold the intestine together. And sometimes they plaster the bowel against the anterior-abdominal wall. So if the surgeon is not very careful, in trying to enter the abdomen, you enter the intestine. And that becomes a different...
That's a different thing.
Altogether. So, but there are other ways of maneuvering around it. So it is a contraindication. Somebody who has respiratory problems, or serious heart problems, you don't want to do that, because when we enter the abdomen, we pump carbon dioxide.
Yes.
Into to balloon.
To enlarge your
when a balloon, so then you can see inside, then you can see around. Now, when you balloon it, we don't go beyond 15 millimeters of water pressure. If you do that, now when that happens, the diaphragm, the movement of the diaphragm is compromised. You understand? Because the pressure up in the abdomen, the diaphragm is compromised. So people who have respiratory problems and people who have cardiac problems, we have to be very careful. There can be a contraindication. And people who have kidney problems, because that pressure reduces the amount of urine, bladder goes to the kidney for urine to be produced. So you can end up shutting down somebody's kidney function with a
All right, but are all these things checked before you get into it? Maybe some people are there that they don't even realize they have kidney problems. So is there a way to say, okay, we have to examine your kidneys first to make sure that you are, the right candidate for this kind of
surgery?
Yeah. The selection is very, very strict. Or for all surgeries now, for all major surgeries, and for every age, we have a group of investigations that should be done in preparation for the surgery. So testing the kidney function testing the liver function, testing the bone marrow. Those are basic that everybody does. People who are age 50 years and above, we must screen their lungs if they are healthy. We must screen their hearts if they are also even they are healthy, and then we look for comorbidities like diabetes, high lipid levels, and all those things before we do the surgery.
Right.
So this is done at your facility.
They're all done there.
Wow. For how long have you been doing it?
We started our first laparoscopic surgery was done on 31st May 2025.
Oh, beautiful.
We are only 3.5 years old.
Oh, right.
Only 3.5 years old.
Main tuba is everywhere.
Yeah.
Main tuba is everywhere.
Yeah, I decided in 2014 that general surgeons doing colorectal surgery was not the best of things. You see, you're a jack of all trades.
Yeah.
And colorectal needs a focus.
Yeah.
So we started 2014 in Kolebu Teaching Hospital. And then in 2022, of course, I was going to have to go on retirement. I established Main Tuba Hospital.
So you're on retirement now?
Yeah.
Oh.
But I'm still working with the medical school. Now, the good thing about it is that I trained people in Kolebu Teaching Hospital.
Okay.
And in 2022, just as I was retiring, the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons started a post-fellowship training program in colorectal surgery. And we've trained 2 people now, and there are 2 people in training as I speak.
Right.
So the addition of laparoscopic surgery is an extension of the training that I'm doing, because all over in the developed world,
they're into
90% of colorectal cancer surgeries are done laparoscopic.
Yeah. Okay.
Only 10% are done
open,
and even the 10%, some are done robotic. Yeah, robotic surgery is about 5%, and then the laparoscopy is about another 90%. So in less than 10%, 5%, do they do the open because of contraindications. Unfortunately, in Ghana, laparoscopic uptake is zero. Anywhere you go, you get an open
surgery.
For colorectal issues.
And almost all the abdominal surgeries. And the reasons are 4. And I believe all of them can be solved.
Okay.
The first reason is that we don't have the expertise in the country.
Sure, just a few.
We don't have people who are trained to do it. If you hear people come and do laparoscopic surgery in some of our big hospitals, it's a foreigner who has come to do one case and he goes.
Yeah.
It is not local faculty that is doing it. And that is our challenge. The second thing is that we don't have the equipment in many of our hospitals. Thankfully, this has been dealt with. Because all our teaching hospitals now have laparoscopic towers. Kolebu has, UGM has, Rich has, Konfonachi has, Tamale has, Cape Coast has, and I think Hood also. And of course, the private hospitals also have. Many of them. Accra Medical Center, and of course, Main Tuba also has. So that is there. Now the next problem is the training. And that is why I've taken. So if you look at these young men who operate my place, they are my trainees in Ghana here.
You have trained them.
Yeah, I'm training them. You see, so we have to build a local capacity so that the third reason is the cost.
Yes, very expensive.
The machine is expensive, and the instruments are expensive. So you buy the machine separate from the instrument. Those things they are expensive, and then the post, the white things that you pass the post through, they are disposable. That white thing you pass through, they are disposable, and one costs 4,000 Ghana cedis.
Wow!
If you throw it away. And you are going to use about 3 or 4. You dispose of them. They are disposable.
Wow.
So the input or the logistics for the product are very expensive. So it's an expensive procedure. And last but not the least is that many of our people don't know that the benefits of this procedure, which we have to bring to them.
Doc, before you take leave of us, is there any contacts you want to put out there if somebody wants to get in touch with Main Tuba?
Main Tuba Hospital. Main Tuba Hospital. Yes, I mean, our most active and dedicated line is 0244 581 541. We don't want to keep our customers or clients confused, so we're using one dedicated line. And when you call, somebody picks, and that's 0244 581 541.
And for how long have you been doing this as a doctor?
Oh, I've been a surgeon. Oh, I finished medical school in 1991.
So like forever.
And I worked in Jirapa for 6 years before I came to Kolebu.
Wow.
So Kolebu, in fact, much of my practice has been surgery. Since the day I finished medical school, I've done more surgery than anything else.
Wow.
The other disciplines, I was there for only 6 months. Medicine 6 months, child health 6 months, ONG 6 months. So 1.5 years of non-surgery. The rest of my life has been surgery.
Surgery.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for your time and Chris.
Thank you so much, Doc. It was really nice having this conversation. And if you enjoyed this conversation and also curious about, wanting to have a laparoscopic surgery, all you need to do is call the number that Doc gave out or
Doc,
visit.
we want to mention the number again.
0244 581 541.
Okay, beautiful.
All right. Or visit Mintuba Hospital.
I'm excited I've gotten the explanation.
Yes,
It's
yes.
Mintuba.
Yes. All right. So thank you so much, Professor Jonathan Sibe Dakubo, who is the CEO of Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center. And he's also a consultant surgeon at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. It's time for us to check out the entertainment highlight of the day. And when we come back, the show continues.
Well, hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komete Kome, and this is proudly powered by GhanaWeekend.com. Visit GhanaWeekend.com today. Now to our first highlight. Ebo Taylor, one of Ghana's most influential musicians and a key architect of modern African music, has died at the age of 90. A composer, band leader and arranger, he helped shape highlife, Afrobeats, jazz and funk, blending Ghanaian rhythms with global sounds. Now, he was born in Cape Coast in 1939. Taylor's career spanned nearly 7 decades, earning him international acclaim and collaborations, including Fela Kuti. Beyond his recordings, he mentored young artists and remained active in his later years. Tributes continue to pour in as Ghana and the world celebrate his enduring musical legacy. We say rest in peace to Ebo Taylor. Now to our next highlight. Renowned shea butter entrepreneur and model Hamamat Montia is set to be appointed as a tourism ambassador for Ghana at a ceremony hosted by the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. The event will be attended by senior government officials, including Minister Jifa Abla-Gumashi. Montia, who owns the Shea Butter Museum, rose to wider international attention following Aisho's peace visit. Now, in her new role, she will promote Ghana's cultural heritage, tourism attractions, and locally made shea butter. Her appointment reflects the government's effort to leverage local industries to boost tourism and support sustainable businesses. Now to our next highlight. Fifi Coleman Productions has officially launched its upcoming stage play I Told You So. At a press event held on February 6, 2026, the production is a stage adaptation of the 1970 film directed by Egbert Ajesu, reimagined for contemporary theater audiences. Now it features a strong cast including Jedubli Ambole, Fred Amugi, Clemento Suarez, Mr. Beautiful and other notable emerging talents. Veteran filmmaker Cole Ansa was among the guests at the launch. Fifi Coleman also announced a partnership with the National Theatre, where the play will run from March 5 to March 8, 2026. Now to our next highlight, which focuses on dancehall, because Shatta Wale has urged the public to stop comparing him with fellow musician Stonebwoy following a viral video from a TikTok session on February 7 addressing ongoing rivalry narratives between Shatta Movement and Beam Nation. He described the debate among the fans as unnecessary and not reflective of his views. Shatta Wale asked supporters to avoid the comparisons, noting his longer presence in the music industry. His comments come amid renewed social media discussions sparked by recent releases from both artists. Bright Walls, Better Minds is a social impact art initiative by Bull House Entertainment led by Bulldog, aimed at transforming police holding cells into mentally uplifting and humane spaces using murals, vibrant colors, and creative expression. The project promotes mental wellness and dignity for inmates. Now, on December 24, 2025, the initiative completed its first transformation at the Adabraka police station, making a key milestone. The project seeks to support rehabilitation and reduce stress in custody environments, with plans to expand to more facilities across the country.
The longest I spent in a cell was a month. Whilst the things I saw, the space in which we find ourselves in when we are put in those spaces is unhealthy. It's people from different backgrounds and people from different religious communities.
And that's a wrap on today's entertainment highlights on Breakfast Daily, proudly powered by GhanaWeekend.com. Now you know we've got you covered, from the hottest music releases to exclusive celebrity updates. Stay tuned, stay connected, and keep your finger on the pulse of the world's entertainment. For more stories, behind the scenes content, and the latest updates, visit GhanaWeekend.com. Until next time, keep enjoying the vibes. I am Ni Komete Kome.
All right, welcome back, and that's the entertainment highlight of the day. Interesting one there, especially with transforming the cells. Right now, we're about to have another interesting conversation that will benefit your health. So if you're health conscious, this is for you. We're about to be talking about coconut water. You see coconut water everywhere on the streets of Accra and in Ghana. And it's, you know, sometimes you don't really value it, but coconut water is actually very healthy for us. We have a registered dietitian in the house with us. She's going to be telling us all about it and why we need to drink lots and lots and lots of it. Ladies and gentlemen, Ifwa Desua Nse Norma Nyo, who's a registered dietitian at Desua Diet Consult and Medical Catering. Hi.
Hello.
How are you? It's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Well, what I really like about you, apart from, you know, being a registered dietitian, is your voice. You know, you have this command.
Thank you.
All right. And you brought some coconut.
Sure.
And coconut water. All right. So let's get straight into it. You know, why is coconut water important? Why shouldn't we just see it as, you know, something on the streets that people just drink?
So coconut water is nature's energy drink, as we put it. Okay, it's very nutritious, filled with micronutrients that are good for the body. It helps with the balance of fluids in the body. Okay, so coconut water is very good. When we talk about heart, high pressure and other heart diseases, coconut water helps. The potassium, the high potassium in coconut water makes it ideal for somebody who wants to control the blood pressure. Okay, so coconut water is also the best drink when it comes to hydration. So sports men and women, or anyone who has done high physical activity and wants to hydrate, the go-to drink naturally is coconut water. Okay, so the electrolyte in there makes it ideal for even exercises, but then, you know, the electrolytes are, or the major electrolytes are potassium. The major electrolytes in the coconut water are potassium, magnesium, calcium, sodium. Okay.
All the DMs.
When you work out, you lose more sodium.
Yeah.
Okay. When you sweat a lot, you use more. You lose more sodium. So restoring what you have lost is very key. However, coconut water is low in sodium. Okay. So when hydrating with coconut water after exercise, you just have to add a pinch of salt. Okay. To coconut water.
Oh, that I never knew.
Yeah, so that's the...
Does it change the taste?
It enhances it. It's better. You know, coconut water, depending on where it was grown, okay, can be very sweet.
I love the sweet one.
Yes, moderately sweet, or sometimes it can even be a little acidic, sour to acidic, okay, depending on the soil it grew.
Oh, so it all depends on the soil?
Yes, it's all.
Not the seed or not the tree or seedling?
The environment it grew. And sometimes also the age, the younger ones are more fresh and more refreshing, very sweet, okay. So when you get a type that is very sweet, then you are encouraged to drink more, okay. But getting to the end of the show, we will know how much is ideal. Okay.
But how do how does one take it for therapeutic reasons?
Okay, so coconut water, like I said, has very high potassium. This glass is a 300 ml glass. Okay, so when I'm using, when I pour a cup, and a cup should be 240 ml. Because I'm so used to measurements, when I get there, I'll stop. Okay. So this is 200 and I'll pour some for you. This has about 600 to 680 mg of potassium.
Okay.
Giving you between 13 to 15% of the potassium you need in a day.
Okay.
Okay. So when I drink this, I've taken about 15% of the potassium I need in the whole day.
Yeah.
That potassium is very good for my heart health, for my cardio health, okay, for fluid balance of the body. So it's very good. The other electrolytes in it also support heart health, okay, even support sugar levels in the blood. However, when we talk about this drink being supportive of high blood sugar levels, we are also quick to say, because of the sugar content, you are not supposed to drink too much. Okay, so if you are diabetic, this same glass or the quantity I poured has about 2 teaspoons of sugar. The sweetness or the natural sugar can be equated to about 2 teaspoons of sugar. So when you are diabetic and you are drinking your porridge, for instance, in the morning, you will not even add a half teaspoon of sugar to your beverage. Therefore, drinking the full cup is unhealthy for a diabetic.
Right.
Okay, so drinking about 100 ml to 150 ml of coconut water is ideal for a diabetic. Okay, and then again, coconut has calcium, about 8% of the daily allowance. Okay, and then it also has magnesium, about 10% of your daily allowance, making coconut water nutrient dense. Okay, it is not plain water. Therefore, when we are drinking it, we have to drink with these in mind, that the richness of the coconut water makes it also ideal for good health. And it's being ideal for good health should also prompt us that every good thing has to be quantified, okay, in moderation. Yeah.
Oh, you saying that just makes me feel bad because like I finished like a whole bottle.
I went
I'm
to
one
the
of
vendor.
those that finish a whole bottle when I buy it at once. So someone like me, am I also supposed to like drink in moderation?
Yes. So for a healthy person, coconut water, the maximum you can drink is 2 glasses. That is 500 ml.
Right.
But I always say don't even go to the ceiling. Be between the 400s so that there's always an allowance for like you don't
overdo it. Yeah. So what about the coconut food?
The coconut meat is equally good. Okay. But then this is dense, that is more dense.
Right.
Okay. So you have to eat it. So ideally, 1 coconut
it's okay.
It's okay. 1 coconut has about the maximum you can get from a coconut. 1 coconut is about 250, 270 ml. I have deliberately bought and measured. The maximum I got so far is 270 ml, and that counts with just a little food. So nature, it's so
nature has a way of already packaging
measuring it
for
for
a day.
us.
Yeah.
But this came to my attention.
So like a per 7 thing.
Per 7.
Yes, per 7.
So 1
per
for
7,
1.
yeah.
So if you go and you fill 1.5 liters, some people even do more than this.
Oh, yes.
1.5. I met a guy by the roadside who was filling 2 bottles of 1.5. That is what made me stop. And was like, I'm also coming to buy, and you are feeling, or like you are trying to buy everything. He was quick to say, Madam Unimdia, I tried to talk him out and give him the right quantities, but you know, he wouldn't listen. The same quantity or the same drink can take you to the doctor. The same drink can give you sickness if you abuse it. But making sure you stick to the right proportion is the key. Okay. So then, if you are a patient with a kidney impairment, for that, you have to stay away from it completely. So whether you have a kidney failure or a chronic kidney disease.
What about kidney stones?
Kidney stones. For a healthy person, coconut water is to help you clear
Hydrate,
kidney.
yeah.
Yes, okay. So it's to help prevent kidney stones. Okay, so that is very good. But it being very good is sticking to the amount.
Per 7, 1 per 7.
1, okay. Maximum is the 2.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 cups. And I will be quick to say, don't do the 500 ml. Try and do at least 400 ml so that you are very sure that you are not abusing it.
Okay, thank you so much, Ifua. Thank you. It was really nice having this conversation with you. So ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it. Coconut water is actually very, very important, but you still need to take it in moderation. So 1 per 7, highest 2, if in case you want to do more than 1. But anyway, it was really nice having this conversation. Any final words?
Yes, if we are supposed to take it after exercise or sport, don't forget to add a little salt.
A pinch of salt.
And should your, if you're a person with a low blood pressure and you see that you're having crisis, you also need just a little pinch of salt to increase the sodium level for you to feel better after drinking it. Yeah.
Thank you, Ifua Desua Nsea Nomawo, who is a registered dietitian at Desua Diet Consult and Medical Catering. It was really nice having this conversation with you. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we would continue with some sports.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One TV. That was an interesting conversation about coconut water. Take, but don't take it in excess. Be moderate about it. It's now time for us to get to know what is happening in the world of sports. And Yao J. Menta is in studio with us.
Yes.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
It's been long.
Oh yeah, it's been a while. I mean, I see you doing.
You haven't been here.
Yeah, he hasn't been here in a while. But it's great lesson that we learned today with the nutrition. Yeah, because of the coconut and lemon, the boys are overdoing it.
They're overdoing the
they're overdoing the coconut. Yeah, coconut and lemon. Yeah, they're overdoing it. They should
boys.
Take their time. Yeah, boys.
What do you have for us?
Yes. Over the weekend, Ghana players did their thing, and a couple of them shine bright. And yeah, you had the likes of Ibrahim Osman getting his debut goal for Birmingham City in the EFL Championship. That's because he's on loan. He's on loan at Birmingham City. His parent club is Brighton and Hove Albion, and this weekend he scored a goal in Birmingham's win over Leicester City. And funny enough, Leicester City, Abdul Fattah Issahaku also plays for Leicester City, and he scored a very, very good goal. You should check that goal out on our X page on City Sports, and it was a very good goal. That's the 7th goal in the season, and he also has 7 assists in 30 games. So 7 goals, 7 assists in 30 games. That's 14 goal contributions in 30 games, and that's a very solid number for the youngster in there. And also Iñaki Williams is back in action. He missed about 2 months due to injury, an abductor injury, and in the lead up to this weekend's game, he scored the winner for Athletic Bilbao in the Spanish Cup to qualify them to the semi-final. And this past weekend, he didn't score, but he got 2 assists in Athletic Bilbao's 4-2 win over Levante in the Spanish La Liga. And so yes, the Black Stars players are rounding up into good form ahead of the international break. Before the World Cup.
I was about asking you that because you see them play this way, and when they come to play with their team, and they play nya.
Yeah.
But I'm asking, is this something that do not go right when they come?
Yeah. I mean, I've trumpeted this since day one that it just it's an indication that yes, indeed, we have an issue with the technical handling of the team. And the
I also think that maybe they do not get enough time to train amongst themselves.
Yeah. But that is common among all international players.
You
don't get enough time because they are always hanging out with their clubs, and the club schedule is so packed, and so there's very little time.
So you mean they have more synergy with their clubs?
Yes, to do international football, and that's what a lot of the coaching needs to come in. So you need to be able to quickly get your ideas across board because these players, they are exposed to a lot of tactical orientations and all of those things. So they are intelligent enough to be able to grasp things quickly. So it's down to the coaching. If they can get the coaching right, and right now GFA, they are trying to do so by bringing in more assistants for Otuado. So now assistants, Otuado has 5 assistant coaches. There's a technical director plus Otuado. So that's what.
But is it usually like that for people that don't know?
Yeah, usually happens.
How many assistants you need?
I mean, there isn't a cap on the number of assistants that you need, but I mean, considering our situation with our finances and all the chaos that we've been dealing with, I don't think bringing in 3 more assistant coaches will get the job done. But yeah, that's
because Iñaki plays the position of Asamoah, right?
No, he can play across the front 3. He can play the position of Asamoah. He can play on the right. He can play on the left. And the same for Antoine Semenyo.
Yes. And I think
so Jordan too the same. And that's where there's the dilemma.
His football, I've seen play with the guys here.
Yeah. So the coaching needs to be able to get it sorted out. And so yeah, that's it for the Black Stars or Ghana-related matters. Moving over to the English Premier League, and this weekend the biggest game out there was the Man City Liverpool matchup, and Manchester City ended up coming back from a goal down to beat Liverpool by 2-1. Yes, Antoine Semenyo was also featured in there, and yeah. So what that means is that Manchester City, they stay in second place, 6 points behind Arsenal, and what that means is that yes, with 13 games to go, the title race is still on, And yeah, I can't leave this set because we don't have enough time without talking about the Super Bowl. And the Super Bowl, yes, the NFL is the NFL final, and that was what we had yesterday was Super Bowl 60. So Super Bowl LX, that's the Roman numerals, LX. And yes, the Seattle Seahawks, they won their second title by beating the New England Patriots by 29 points to 13 points. And yeah, the Super Bowl is all about, yes, you have the game itself, the sport itself. But then
the entertainment.
Then you have the business, and then you have the entertainment.
Yeah.
Now on the business side, during the halftime, there's a big show, and they run a lot of adverts. And for this year's Super Bowl last night, if you run a 30-second advert, it costs you $8 million.
$8 million?
$8 million. If you run a 30-second advert during the Super Bowl halftime period, it costs your company $8 million.
Because it has a lot of eyeballs.
It has a lot of eyeballs.
The whole America is watching.
The whole of America is watching. Then you have the Latino regions also watching. Then you have Europe, because NFL is making major inroads in Europe, to the extent that there are games that are played in England, in Spain, in Germany, and next year or in the coming years they plan to play some games in France. So they already have a saturated market base, and now they are expanding to
even Africa,
new marketplaces. And even Africa.
Yeah, they come to Nigeria, they come to Ghana.
Yes, just this past season, because the season ended with the Super Bowl. They played a game in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Next year they will play another game in Brazil, because Brazil has a huge population. And so yeah, they are expanding, and yeah, it's big news. But the halftime show is sucked. Bad Bunny, he sucked. Honestly, that performance was terrible.
No, because you don't understand Spanish.
No, not because I don't understand Spanish. I mean, with music is universal. It cuts across. I don't need to understand for me to be able to enjoy the music.
Thank you so much.
Bad Bunny, but this one, Donald Trump is right. Yeah,
thank you so much for your time. I'm Philip Nilati, and that's what started the show, Chris.
And my name is Chris Carter. Thank you so much for watching, and then see you tomorrow on a brand new episode of Breakfast Daily. Keep watching Channel One TV.